was late last night. He probably went to sleep. He probably not waking up. No, I'm here.
Also,
No,
I found out from playing more shotguns. Once you get to the later tier, 10 out of 10.
Yeah. You would.
I had a fucking shotgun that held like 15 bullets.
Oh my god. Okay. Well. Morning, morning, morning. How you doing?
New map.
Let me pull up the Twitch chat overlay.
Open your chat better.
You don't gotta see my chat.
True, I don't gotta see your chat. That's actually true, yeah. I'm ignoring chat.
You're doing good because you're wanting chaos? Well, that's fair, Keeper. I can't believe you're coming here to cause chaos. Why are you so mean to me? Why do you hate me, Keeper? Hello, wifey. Hello, Rengoku's wifey. How you doing? What are we doing 7 days today?
My leg.
How did you break your legs already?
I spawned on a mountain.
Lovely. By the way, everybody, Dar's here. Hello. Do you see Dar's model? Dar has his model on screen.
I'm not here, chat. I'm a figment of your imagination.
It's all right. You can miss some of my streams. You're legally allowed to. I won't dock your pay too. Oh God, much. That's right, Dar. This is how you find out I've been paying people to watch me. You love Dar's model. Isn't Dar's models nice? Hello, princess. Yeah, you say Rosa quickly 3 times. I show up with cookies.
I want cookies.
Rosa, Rosa, Rosa. Rosa, Rosa, Rosa. Where's my cookies? There's just zombies. I blame Keeper for this. But hey, Loso, how you doing? What's this game? 7 Days to Die. It's a game where you die in 7 days. You're legally required to die in 7 days. Isn't that right, Dar?
Yeah, it's a pretty cool game. It's
I know the cooldown's not done yet. 7 days with Dar. I know, right? You're mad? Why are you mad? Don't be mad. By the way, chat, I can only hear you out of one ear, so if I don't respond to you, that's why. Also, thank you, Dar, for getting first, and Jibbits for immediately stealing first from Dar. Get wrecked, Dar. Thank you, Keeper, for a second. And Lullaby, thank you for the herd. Hi, Lullaby, how you doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to the ad break already. It's kind of weird starting without a starting screen, you know? But I feel like I've been late already. Stop having a broken leg!
I can't help it. I got a broken leg for 9 more minutes.
That's insane. Just not in the mood today and makeup no help. I get you. I mean, Lost, your work seems like it's been really shitty recently, so I understand not being in a... Ooh, stuff!
Oh yeah, we need to be in a party so that stuff goes through.
Yeah, it's too bad. It's almost like if you'd spawned near me, you would have gotten stuff.
I actually did spawn near you, I'll have you know.
Oh.
Well, yeah, we're
hi,
about
Volba.
100 away.
Well, chat, remember, in this game, you can murder me. You can murder... Ah!
Yes, chat, remember, you can murder Gene. That's all you need to know.
Was not ready. Still down with the sickness and dying more every day. Oh, well, you're getting better slowly. It gets worse before it gets better. I think. I hope. I believe in you.
Murder.
I got murder on my mind.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, was that you? Where are you? Hello. You and your nakedness.
Hi, how are you?
Why do you look like that?
Why do you... Bro, you can't just say that. That's fucked up. I'm leaving.
Hello, Rika. I'm doing good today. How you doing? Today is the 7 Days to Die Sunday stream. I wonder how many people are going to come in being like, why aren't you calm? Wait, you're sad? Why are you sad, Moreau? Is it because you hate me? Sorry, no, that's rude. Hello, some beef. How you doing? Just woke. You're pretty grumpy. Why are you grumpy? You're not sad? Stop trying to kill me, chat.
Yeah, you guys keep killing him. I'm gonna get loot.
Moreau, why are you not sad? Oh, you just look sad. Got it. People keep... I don't know what you do at this point. They said people keep coming in with substances, and I'm like, what do you do? Why? Are you a club bouncer? You don't like waking up, Gene? Well, don't wake me up then. Hey, we just gifted subs? What? Volfa, thank you for the subs! Thank you. You are a security guard. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, it's so weird only being able to hear things in one ear.
I might have made a small mistake with my broken leg.
I'm doing pretty good, Toho. How are you doing? Oh, enjoy your return to the basement. It was my birthday yesterday. Wifey! Well, okay, here you go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Rengoku's wifey. Happy birthday to you. What a girl does when she get paycheck. Thank you, I appreciate it. By the way, buddy, if you see Dar standing behind me, Dar, wave.
I don't want to
He can't wave. He has no arms, actually. He can take his shirt off.
I can't take my shirt off. That's about the best you get from me.
I don't know, chat. Do you want to see him take his shirt off? It is an option. Yes, yes, it has been requested you take your shirt off. I'll allow you to flash your chest for a bit.
Wait,
oh God, why'd the screen change? My timer went off. 7 minutes have passed and you moved.
Yes, leave your shirt. Please leave your shirt. I don't know. I've been told to leave my shirt on.
Nope, take it off. Take it off.
I see someone saying leave it on.
Fine, fine. Vanya, Dar won't take his shirt off.
I'm really curious. Are you able to do Twitch redeems if a stream's not live?
I don't know.
Because technically, some people might have an actual option to do that. I don't know if that's actually something you could do.
Hey, Vanya, do you want to go try to take Dar's shirt off on his stream?
Yeah, I actually don't know if you can redeem stuff if they're offline.
Is the guy behind me streaming? He's not currently. He's offline.
Yeah, no, I'm offline.
But Dar does stream. Dar's a good streamer. I love Dar.
I don't stream.
Dar, let me try. It's happening. Hello, Pixel Literate.
I'm actually curious. So yeah, go free. Go ahead and try.
I kind of dig this map, though.
So far, it's nice because the first building I found is a 3-star. It does in fact work.
Oh my God! Yes. Hello, Dar.
It does in fact work.
Yeah. Well,
even if I'm not live, I guess we're not saved. People have the option.
Well. Gene, you're seeing. I know, Vanya. That was accidental and intentional. I'm keeping up to date right now. You did this to yourself, exactly. I guess I did this to me too.
Now we know redeems work even if they're not live.
Just imagine you're trying to like make a video on TikTok or something, and suddenly your shirt just vanishes.
Now here's the real question: is will it come back on after 5 minutes?
Oh God, it's gone for 5 minutes.
Yeah, the redeem keeps it. Oh, why are there chickens? Why are there dogs?
You got this. I believe in you, Dar. Oh God, why are there more in here? Why is there a chicken?
Oh yeah. I don't know why the fuck there was chickens, but I'm dead. Did we both die to the chickens?
I died to a chicken.
Oh, that was the hype train that did that. The hype train ended, activated zoo.
Oh. You all did not intentionally kill us. We just got killed. Anyways, hello, Pixel Literate. Let me say hi to everybody. Hi, Crucified. Hello, Moreau. Keeper, stop making out with Vanya. Volfa, damn, I have a rule that I give to all the people on stream. Don't worry, I'll follow. I can remember that. What is, no, hey. Hey, hey! I haven't gotten weapons yet. Don't stop sending things after me. No, help!
Yes, do this while he's away from me. I beg of you.
You're fine, Bofa. I really appreciate it. I do appreciate the gifted subs and the hype train. I'm just running from a chicken and a dog right now. No! Help! Okay. No, there's more.
This is a cool backpack.
Anyone want to spawn me weapons? No, it's on cooldown. We can't. All you can do is send bad things after me. I can't even look at chat because chat's moved too quickly. I redeemed an Uber. You redeemed an Uber? What is an Uwu? No! Oh god damn it! All right, so here we go. Uwu, Don't! No! Stop eating me! Oh my! He scratched my knee. Okay. There's a car here. It might help. We're fine. All right, also, I'm supposed to be southern right now, chat. I'm sorry, I haven't been southern. I'm southern now. Okay. All right, we got baton. I got this. Why is the chicken getting up here? No, Fido, please. Sorry. Fine. Ooh, thank you so much for the redeem. There you go. You happy? All right. You'll get some free redeems, by the way, once the timer's done. So don't spend all your money on me. Right now. Bok, motherfucker. God damn it. Give me some good. Come on.
A bone knife, some food, some ammo.
Yeah. Is that my dead body? I mean, just take it. Just take it, honestly. Yeah. It ain't worth anything to me in hell.
All right, you will have. I do think the redeem does not auto put my shirt back on. That is the only funny thing.
Are you just gonna be shirtless now?
I mean, I could put it back on, I guess. But now that people know they can take it off, it won't come back on. It's worrisome.
Shirtless all stream. God, am I gonna have to get a shirtless redeem? me and we'll go to a
shirtless stream. Let's go.
Let me say it. Do you not get redeemed? Oh wait, did you get gifted? I think you might have gotten gifted, Dar, while you're offline.
Wait, huh? I don't have my notifications. Wait, what? Hold up. I'm killing a zombie right now.
No, but so imagine this, Dar. You and I both have shirtless redeems. We do a hot tub stream.
Yo, hot tub stream. Let's go.
All right, here we go again. God damn it! Now I gotta do this, don't I? Yeah, because I mean, like that seemed like a legitimate reason for me to have a shirtless redeem instead of, just being thirsty. Isn't very familiar. This is Daroard. He's added in the top bar there. You gonna say hi to Dar? Dar's a very fantastic person.
Wait.
All right.
Did my shirt come back on and Vanya instantly take it off? Is that really what just happened? I went to check the timer.
Well, I can't be shirtless yet. All I can do is I can go bodiless right now. That's about it. Two guys sitting in a hot tub. 3 inches apart because, well, Does that sound like you do?
No way,
Exactly.
Vanya instantly redeemed it again.
I'm in Girly Pop got points. You might as well use them, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong, I guess.
All right. Also, Vanya, thank you for the gifts. I really appreciate them too, even if they were getting me killed. Are we on level 5 hype train? That's insane.
Hey, chat, you guys got a minute to hit level 6. Just saying.
No! Why are there instantly snakes?
Chat, did you know 2 more gifted subs will complete this level?
No. Open the box.
Or if you're not a fan of subs, only 800 bits.
Let me out. All right, we're good. Wow, where the fuck are they? I hear them. I hear them. Oh God, I hear them trying to break in. Oh, of course, lost. I'm glad. Ah, snake! I'm glad you enjoyed the. I've got. You know what? They ain't no. Oh Jesus! Oh God! Help! 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 Climb! 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 Climb!
Fucking bird, I hate.
I missed redeem. What I missed this time? Oh, Vova. Here you go. I'm such a good doggy. You know what's funny? I just woke up. I just woke up.
Real good.
Where is the chicken coming from?
That is a lot of zombies I hear right now.
Oh, fuck.
I don't feel safe.
I'm so glad it gives me 5 minutes. Also, I just followed Daroard. Tell him I say hi to him, please. Irene just followed you, Dar.
All right, Irene. I went with the end pop. That was my bad. Hello.
That's fine. I know what's going on. Why are there more?
Huh?
Five. Okay. We're just gonna stay alive, chat. I'm fine. Everything's amazing right now. It is a crazy. I mean, imagine. Wait, Bonnie says, "Watch this." No. Fuck.
Hey, chat, did you guys know 4 more gifted subs and you guys will
Stop
complete level 7,
them.
pushing
Stop
to level
it.
8.
Okay.
We're now 4 subs away.
No, dog. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. No. I just got good stuff. No, please.
Oh, that is a lot of that's a lot of people.
Vonnie won. Would Vonnie win? Vonnie won. Vonnie won. Congratulations, Vonnie. I'm so proud of you. Someone want to explain?
Yes, let's go.
Thank you for all the gifts. Damn.
Hey, chat, did you guys know we are now 6 subs away from
No, stop
completing
it.
level
Stop
8?
it. Oh my God. Why are there so many of... Why do they keep coming back?
Chat, I can't believe Gene's bullying me for helping him out. That's fucked up.
Okay. Fuck!
We're 1 sub away, chat, from completing level 8.
No! You ever seen that scene in a horror movie where the guy walks in and he's like, oh God, I'm finally safe. And then he turns and he sees the dog sitting in the chair and the dog just charges him?
Oh God.
That just happened. The gift of snakes. What do you mean? Oh, chickens!
I love that we're far apart right now during this. I'm gonna be real.
I don't want.
Chat, we are now 5 subs away from completing level 9.
Supplies! Oh my God, where are they? I heard them. Oh my God. Where's the supplies? Supplies! Okay. Chicken, stop it! No! Thank you so much for all the gifted. Thank you all so much for all the gifted Vanya. Katamia gave me subs. Katamia, thank you for the subs. I appreciate it.
By the way, just pointing out, chat, we are at a new record at the hype train. So the more you guys push is our newest, highest record.
I have a broken arm. I need to thank all of you for being so fucking incredible and amazing, and even with me being slowly murdered, watching the boars slowly chicken, not the chicken. No.
I love this.
All right, here, let me do this real quick. Volva. Let's start with this. I appreciate you so very fucking much. That coming in here, dropping so many gifted subs all at once is incredible. I do truly appreciate you. Vanya, I always appreciate you as well, and I love how many subs that you've gifted me. But I hope you all know you never have to gift me subs, but I do truly, truly appreciate it, and congratulations on having first currently. Okay. Enjoy your drinks, Wolfa. Keeper, thank you also for the gifted subs. Thank you so fucking much, genuinely. And Carmia, I appreciate it also from you as well. Thank you. All of these subs mean the absolute fucking world to me, and I hope you know that all of this will go back into the stream to make the stream a little bit better. Mwah. I know you want to use bits to summon vultures. All right.
Now that Gene's tanking is in, just a reminder, chat, we're 5 subs away from hitting level 9 and pushing the record even higher.
God, I kind of want to just... what if I just give this and get us to that?
Listen, you gotta push for the new records. That's always fun when you hit the new record.
Yeah.
You gotta see what your new limit will be.
All right. Oh my god, there's a dog. You guys didn't even summon this one. I want something, anything. There's a free emote for level 10. That sounds cool. Stop eating me.
Ooh, chat, if you hit level 10 then, that's a different emote too? Just saying. Now you guys do know, you only get the emotes if you join in on the hype train. You only have to gift 1 sub to join in.
There is 5 subs left on it, you said? Yeah, 5 subs.
Yeah, 5 subs to hit the next tier.
Oh. The dancing duck emote? I kind of want a dancing duck emote. It's kind of sick.
Am I really about to sit here and break down?
Save your money, chat. Save your money. Spend your money on drinks. Enjoy your money. Don't spend it all on me. I appreciate it a lot. But you do not have to, okay? Exactly. Keep your money safe. There's a rabbit. Hello, rabbit. How am I alive? Wait, how am I alive?
Oh, how are you alive?
Did I die to the dog? Yeah, exactly. But you want to save your money so that you can spend it on yourself. Come on, treat yourself. You got to take care of yourselves. Okay.
By the way, we did learn the 5-minute cooldown does work because my shirt's back on.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No! I was trying to... Oh. Thank you, Vanya. I appreciate it.
Now we're at the hard part of getting to the next level, chat. We need 18 subs to hit complete level 10.
Oh my god. No more. I refuse to take any more from y'all. Especially since I'm gonna die to these animals again.
I mean, look at the way I look at it, chat. You know, hitting level 10, that's a nice, even number.
No. No. Thank you, Vanya. I can't get away. The chickens are too fast.
Bro, the chickens are bullshit in this game. I fucking hate the chickens so much, actually. Can you stop dying? I need chat to redeem energized for me.
Yeah. Vanya, don't tell people how to spend more money on me. Don't you dare tell people how to spend more money on me.
Guys, pause.
Also, if you're gifting subs, I suggest doing it through the web app instead of the browser.
You beat me to it. I was about to say
as it's going to be a little bit cheaper for you. What is hitting me?
Whenever you,
the chickens!
Anytime you guys sub or gift subs, always do it on browser instead of mobile.
Hi, Ulrika. You have good time. But my brain is good, bad. Bye. Mwah.
Also, yeah, if you guys have Amazon Prime, did you know if you connect it to your Twitch, you get this cool thing known as Twitch Prime, which allows you to once a month sub to any streamer you want. Like a stinky dog.
Whoever that could be. Have you all heard about Amazon Prime? Amazon Prime is a thing that allows you to get free shipping on so many of your products. It also gives you Twitch Prime. Connect your Twitch Prime with your Amazon, and you'll get 1 free sub a month.
Have a good one, Elcra.
Thank you so much, Ulrika. You have a lovely day. And I promise tomorrow's morning stream will be a lot chiller. we do not, Vanya. We do not. He already used it. Thank you, Moreau. I wonder if we're gonna have people come and being like, why the hell do I have a sub to this guy? Who's this guy?
Who the fuck's this dude? I'm just sitting here hitting a chest because I want to open this. I want you to know this.
All right, you sleep well, Anya. I am. Oh wait, is this the beehole? No, it's not.
My item broke.
Bye bye, Anya. Thank you for coming by. I'm so confused. All right. Okay, I can calm down. We're good. We're good. We're good. Hi. That's so funny. It's like, hi, person. Bye, other person. It's like you're all swapping off. Are you taking shifts? Are you taking shifts at the Gene Factory? No, that's an actual thing. At the Me Factory. What was this?
I have snakes.
Thank you for the sub. What is that?
I wanted the hype emote. I'm gonna be real. I wanted to join it, so I got an emote. I want to give you the free emote.
Oh wait, if I gift a sub, I get the emote. Let me gift a sub. Chat, I'm gifting a sub. Give me a second.
Oh, you get automatically for being the streamer.
Oh, never mind. No subs for you.
I mean, no, you actually need to gift 17 subs and you unlock the emote.
Uh-huh. Emo boys. Okay.
I'm halfway through this fucking chest.
I'm so proud of you. You got this. I believe in you, Dar. Be the change you want to see in this world.
I'm going a different build this time.
Yeah, what are you going?
Instead of focusing on my spear instantly, I'm still doing the books, but I always, focus on spear perks first.
Mm-hmm.
I'm focusing on loot perks first.
Wolfa, you're totally fine. Don't risk anything. If you're gonna get in trouble for spending anything or somebody's checking on your card, save your money. Save your money. I'm gonna keep streaming for a very long time. I'm gonna be streaming every single day for an entire year minimum. There'll be other times. Maybe Vanya ends up hating me and decides never to gift me subs, so, Exactly, the hype train's over now, so save your money.
But I need to be first.
You. That sounds like a threat coming from Font. Dog. What is this fucking? What is this this? What is this guy?
That's the hype emote. That's what we got.
Oh my god, it's so. I love it.
I actually love this.
All right, chat. You can finally redeem things.
Can you please redeem Energized? I fucking beg of you. If it's even available.
All right. What can I do?
I am struggling breaking this shit open right now.
Okay, I hate the intelligence one.
Oh, I fucking love you, Ocean. Thank you.
I'm not doing stealth. Interesting. I don't know what build to do. What are you doing? What build are you doing?
Oh, so I'm gonna go full loot, as in I'm going lucky looter, lock picking, and then I'll be working on like spears and shotguns are probably gonna be my build.
Which one is the tools?
Wait, Vanya sent me something. I got ammo.
They specialize in knocking your foe's senses with clubs and bats. Boomstick. And why am I feeling really dumb? Don't say it. Wasn't there one that increases your damage with, like, harvesting tools, or am I crazy?
I'm pretty sure there is, or at least it makes it where you harvest more.
Yeah, I know that.
Which one was that?
Oh, so there should be an overlay on screen. Or you can hit hashtag whatever the thing is behind my head right now.
Miner 69er is the one you're looking for.
Does it increase damage to people or just blocks?
I think just blocks, rocks and trees. I finally broke the chest open.
I'm proud of you.
Oh, hey, Art. I got some okay stuff. Are you gonna be the forge person again?
Yeah.
I know. I'll hold on to these then.
I'll probably do a dodge weave, quick foot.
Oh my god, you ran
I don't know what I'll do yet.
complete opposite way of me.
Yeah, I've been nonstop. Fucking hell. I've been nonstop running.
Why is there where'd the fuck does a zombie come from?
Hey, Dar, I didn't say to get dressed again.
What the Huh? Bruh. I didn't realize my shirt got removed again.
Wolfa, you're
People can
fine.
do that even when I'm offline.
I do think that's funny. Doing God's work.
Nah, you ain't gotta do that. That's a weird streamer. You don't want to do that. I'm running to your ass right now.
Hey. Oh, not dogs again. Why does every house have a dog in this community?
Because dogs help protect the house.
Yeah, they do, even in death.
Oh, you're in like a town.
Yep.
Okay.
What the dog doing?
Wait, I just registered. Does this mean the 5-star buildings are gonna be different?
Yeah.
Ooh. I'm
There
gonna
should
make this map
still be like skyscrapers somewhere, but I don't know where they are. And this map is also bigger.
Oh, it's a bigger map. Okay. So it's
wait.
even sooner. I want the fucking vehicles.
Yep. Every time you get cold, you look at your head, guys. Stop! I have a test. Wolfa. Wolfa, go get some sleep. Go get some sleep. Go relax.
Hey,
Have a good day. I appreciate you coming by. Okay, so you're doing spear and shotgun.
Yes. For right now, I'm focusing on looting first.
What do I want to do? Why do I hear snakes again? Chat, are you spawning more snakes?
Chat always spawns snakes.
Never spawn snakes. I think I like knives, but they're like short range. Is there any other bladed weapon?
I mean, every weapon has like the upgraded. I'm pretty sure the knives turn into like machetes, if I remember right.
I hear the snake trying to get into the building.
Yeah, you'll get the hunting knife, and then what's the next tier?
Oh, deep cuts does benefit machetes too. Okay. So I might go knives. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I'll just do machine guns. I don't know. I don't know, chat. Fuck it, we're doing knives. We're doing. So I'm gonna get my knives. I know this is probably stupid because it's so hard to hit things close up, especially the thing. Ah, here we go again. Really, Keeps? Trying to kill me? Oh, I got loot. Thank you, Keeps. I just hear the snakes outside.
Why am I being attacked by your snakes? This is bullshit. I might be dead because of these snakes.
You're fine. You have a spear, don't you?
I do, but they slowed me while there's a zombie eating my ass.
Oh, well, I mean, like, get it out of there. Bye, Volfa. Thank you for coming by. Have a good one. How do I get out of this? Where's the... What the hell was that?
Hi, how are you?
Hi. Where's the... Oh, there it is.
Oh, there's a hole here.
Yeah.
I'm going in the hole.
Well, what have we here? Santa Claus, oh, it's very scared. Hello, chat, I'm back. We are here. My brain is now decompressing, and everything is good. I can speak again. So, chat, you all haven't heard about how my headphones quit working. I don't know. I wish I did. I wish I could tell you.
I ate the cord. I'm sorry, chat.
That's what's been happening. You all have been eating the cord so often that it no longer works. I had to buy a new cord. You heard it. So it's a good thing you all give us a gifted sub so I can pay for my new cord. Mm-hmm. Oh. Well, one headphone doesn't work.
I find myself in a very unfortunate circumstance.
I'm sure you'll find. What's happening over there? Everything good?
There's about 8 zombies on me.
Where does this snake come from? I will eat it, I suppose. It is very strange only being able to hear half of the game, though. And chat is lucky they're on my left side, because I can still hear them. What is going on, Vanya? It's sending your messages to another channel. What do you mean?
Huh? How are you sending your messages to another channel? What?
What? How'd I break my headies? How'd I break my what?
Assuming that means headphones?
Oh. Wait, were you sending them to Jaws offline thing? Well, I don't speak nerd. Just kidding, I do speak nerd. Very fast. What's in the chest? Oh, you've already emptied it. How dare you?
Yeah, I got that one in my bed.
Leon. How about you sending them to Leon? How does it even happen? Alright, we are going to use all of these books fairly quick.
Oh wait, yeah, that's a good point. I have a book for you.
I'm the knife guy. Hello, Wicked. How you doing? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will use that. Big hitter. Okay, we are going to scrap this. We're going to make a knife. We're going to craft you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, I already know. Da is the chat next to you on the his overlay. I don't. What? Huh? What? Da is the chat next to you on this overlay I use.
I have no idea what you're asking me, Vanya.
Wait, do you have an overlay that you use? Oh, yeah. No, you're totally good with that, Wicked. You can totally do that. That's totally fine. I understand now. I understand. Okay. And we eat. No, I understand you. I understand you now. You don't have to send a screenshot. I also can't alt-tab right now. Oh, shoot. Wait, are they still here? I wonder if they're still here. Ah, damn it. Oh, that was amazing. So yeah, I'm going to use machine guns and the knife. It's going to be great. I'm super excited. Modify. If you put on the dampeners. Good. Thank you! Thank you, Gibbets.
That's a lovely night sound.
I know, right? Has it been 5 minutes yet? Yeah, it has been exactly 5 minutes. Hell yeah! Woohoo!
Freedom!
Oh, thank God.
Damn, this town's actually pretty big.
Never getting rid of me. Oh. Dar, I said stay naked.
Oh my God, are you just keeping me naked?
Yeah. Have your nipples freeze off. It's fine. Who needs nipples? Or as I call them, shipples, because they're shark nipples.
I might be like 7 different ways fucked right now.
That's okay.
I have broken leg, broken arm, deep lacerations.
You don't need bones.
True.
Sharks don't have bones. How are they broken?
Chad, if you guys want to be nice to me, you should totally do this thing known as like the heal.
All right, so kill Dar.
I'll give you a big old kiss if you do.
How dare you? Trying to bribe my chat.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, chat, is game loud enough or is game too quiet? I realize we still have it set up for ASMR gaming. Hi, Ocean. Game is fine? Good.
Oh, thank you.
Fine, you can give regen to Dar. How dare you? Dar doesn't need regen, chat.
I do. I am currently dying.
Let Dar have broken legs. It's okay. A little broken legs didn't hurt anybody except people with broken legs. And people who had broken... Yeah. I know, it might hurt people a little bit. Jealous? Never. Wait, where's my clicker? Pay attention to me!
And now you get Southern because I it.
God damn it. Alright, chat, we're back here again. No, don't. I know. You know what I already know. Yeah, it wasn't not Amethyst. Redeemed by Amethyst. I wonder who that could be. At least I don't have to wear my hydrate today. I'm feeling parched. No, you don't. That's an imposter. You trying to tell me that there's a fake amethyst in here? Vonnie, it looks like we're gonna have to start banning random amethysts so you can get the right one.
Banning any name I see with amethyst in it.
No. We won't do that. Not this time.
My inventory is gonna be full. We need to find out where we're gonna have base at.
Yeah. We do. Wait until day. Not gonna happen, Vonnie. Don't you worry. You're Gucci. Oh, okay, I can slowly breathe again. There we go. Die. Thank you for the heal. Appreciate it. Stop stabbing me. Oh god, oh god, oh god. No. Get quicker. Die faster. Oh, thank God. Yeah, you're allowed to do the drawing. The drawing's totally fine. Just make sure you use my art tank so I can see it. I really would appreciate it.
Oh fuck, get in zombie. Hi there.
All right, there we go. Yeah, you can do hashtag the command, or it's on the overlay on the screen. You have to click on the screen itself, and there should be an overlay. But if any of them have been used already, they take a few minutes to recharge. So right now, if you do like hashtag jump, it'll do something. Not like I prefer hashtag. Oh my God, Vanya. Damn it. All right, and... Ooh, great. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is.
Oh, great. Ah, my ass! Got it.
Ah. Whoa, why are you so fast? I got you.
Trying to drink my honey. I'd appreciate if you guys let me eat my honey in peace.
There we go. That was incredible.
Anyways, my inventory's full. Where are we holding up at?
We gotta wait till daytime before I can figure that out. Let's see, actually, where is the... Alright, so I'm gonna go... follow me.
Alright.
I think being next to the store is gonna be nice.
Oh, that's fair.
Hi, Echo. How you doing? And hi, Pink. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Really appreciate it. What do I have in my hand? There's a dog.
Don't look behind you. You currently got a dog after you.
Yeah, I do.
Some dog-on-dog violence about to happen, chat.
We do not have explosives unlocked yet. Things are going to unlock over time, by the way, chat. I should make I wish I could have like a list that updated over time. So I could show everybody what it is. God, I need to make a new overlay just for this game, don't I?
Good.
Yeah. Alright. I'm such a good doggy. How you want it? And we're out of Southern.
Boy.
Hi, good morning, Robin.
Southern, I got my shirt back on. Life's golden.
Yeah. Yeah, Dar has his shirt back on. Rule number 1 of survival, never fall in Gene. Hey, I'm good at surviving. I don't know what you're talking about.
How many times have you died? If I press tab, I see a death
Nope, no you don't. No you don't. No you don't. Crazy. Why would you see that?
And now there's no shirt.
You wanna help me take over the buy and go store? Oh, what the fuck?
Take over the what?
The buy and go.
Sure, I'm heading over.
There's also a bunch of crawlers.
Alright, you deal with the Moby there in a bit.
Alright, Moreau, you be good. Miss you. Come on, come on. Come. Bleed out. Ah, damn it. Why is it still night?
You got this, Gene. Go, Gene, go. Go, Gene, go. Go, Gene, go. Oh, fuck, why are you coming after me?
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Wolfa, you just come back for the... What the fuck, Wolfa? Thank you, Wolfa. I really appreciate it. You did good. Now you can go study. Get your studying done. I appreciate it.
You kill these guys yet?
All right. Let's take over this place. Jesus, Wolf. You didn't have to do that. Thank you, though. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, this is a 4-star.
Yeah, I cleared out a 3-star solo. We should be able to do a 4-star. Oh, I have 5 skill points to spend? Hold up. It's spending time.
Oh, shoot. Does anybody hear the, oh, thank you for the jump. Hell yeah, actually. Hey, Dar, get up here. Dar, get up here. Birds!
Fucking birds that I hate.
Shit! Bleeding! Help!
Heal up! Oh, I'm slow.
What is hitting me? Oh, stupid snake! Behind you, Dark Snake! I can't hit the snake! I can't hit the snake! I hate him! No!
And here rests Gene Jet.
Do y'all hear my fridge? I don't know if y'all can hear my fridge screaming behind me.
I don't hear it.
God, I need to close that off. Oh, the cooldown activated. Fortunately, I have to wait. All right, 1 second. I need to close my door.
How did the dog just do that? Fucking hacking ass dog right here. Chad, I might be fucked.
Alrighty. Lovelies. I have returned. I hope nobody missed me too much. I hear my body being eaten. That's fun. Huzzah. What did you do while I was gone?
I'm currently trying not to die.
That's okay.
I wish I had a gun. Life would be golden.
Life would be a dream. Hey, what do you mean wall candy? Who's been eating my wall insulation again? Life. Hi, Oceana. And you died? I did die. You're right.
I see you in your body bag. I want you to just take a peek over here and see how fucked I am. They are surrounding this.
Can I make arrows? Alright, I'm gonna slowly work on helping. This ought to work. Robin! Hello, Robin.
Actually, now that you're back, if I get to the ladder, we should be able to kill them while they're coming up. Alright, Gene, get ready. I'm gonna run over there, and they're gonna start running up the ladder.
Alright, let's see if I can pick... I don't know if we have the capability for this many.
Oh yeah, we do. Trust.
Am I gonna regret trusting?
Trust.
There's a feral! You didn't tell me there was a feral!
I didn't know there was a feral! Hey, G, there's a feral there. I'd let you know.
Uh-huh. We got this, huh? We got this, huh?
I mean, I'm still alive. Alright, back to the other planet. I'm going back to my crate.
Motherfucker! I could have picked them up one at a time! Hey! Congratulations! He did eat my ass.
Oh.
Shit.
That was mine.
Chad, I can't believe you let my butt get munched. Hi, Venus. How you doing? Life could be a dream, sweetheart. Doors closed again? I can't believe doors closed again. It's insane.
I am clothed again.
I hear that's a crime in like 50 states.
You know, I could just be nice and make this easier on Chad if they really want me to stay shirtless, and just press the hotkey that keeps me shirtless.
No. Charge them. Die. I'm just losing this fight, aren't I?
Close.
Why is it so hard to kill these things? I want a gun.
That's what I'm saying. But it's a 4-star area, which means we have a chance of getting good loot.
Yeah.
I'm slowly picking them off.
Oh, look at you.
Oh. Venus was dinner? No.
Problem is not a healing.
I mean, who needs healing, right? And the problem is I don't live long enough for us to get any help.
That's why you gotta turn on no cooldowns.
No, Dar. Absolutely not.
Hey, all I'm saying is I find it fun.
Yeah.
Embrace the chaos.
No, it's just then you don't get anywhere, and people, no, that burns me out too quickly.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
The only way I'd ever do that is I was heavily drunk.
Whoa.
So chat, buy me a drink first before you screw me. All right, we're gonna do damage mitigation. I know you would, Ocean. I know you would take lovely good care of us. Is that Dar? Hi, Dar.
Oh yeah, I've been clearing the area. Most of the zombie dogs are dead. Most of the outside zombies are actually dead.
What's your favorite type of alk? Like mixed drink or like just like to take shots with? Hi, Vanya.
Oi, 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 oi.
I couldn't kick Dar. Not because like
yeah,
I didn't
had a feeling
try,
that's what Vanya was
but
doing.
rake them rows off. My favorite like mixed drink is shoot, what is it called?
Keeper and Vanya redeemed at the same time, so it put the shirt back on. They redeemed at the same fucking time.
Dar's hacking, chat.
Oh, that's beautiful.
We're gonna
At
do a
the
little more of
same
you.
time, I had to pull up. I was like, "What happened?" And I just saw, yep, you guys redeemed at the same exact point.
There we go. You like the fluffy white long hair? I know, I like it too. Dar's got an attractive model. There we go. So imagine if you all kept redeeming it. Oh, right, favorite. Hey, Jupiter, how you doing? I'm trying to think of what my favorite mixed drink is.
All right.
I can't even think. I have sent my gene to the... Thank you. Ooh, no. A burster.
You good?
The radiation fuck out. Inside.
Oh. I'm looting the med tent right now.
I'm gonna try to do as much damage as I can to him. Maybe he'll bleed to death.
I believe in you, Gene. You got this.
I don't. You should not have believed in me.
I might have put my faith in the wrong spot.
So I like gin a lot, but like I don't know, like I know a lot of people don't like gin. I like flavored gin. That's the kind of person I am. I like sake a lot. Sake is amazing. Soju is fantastic. If I'm gonna drink something just like straight up, probably be soju. Just saying Jack and Fire. Jack's pretty good. I straight up used to love like normal Fireball, because it has so much sugar in it that like you never really get properly drunk off it. It just keeps going for like so long. It's a great drink, you know, it's nice. Like I could just back in the day when I was heavily drinking, I would just drink Fireball. Yeah, everybody should like sake. Sake's good. This chat.
I'm trying to find how to even get to you.
I'm just gonna stand outside for 5 minutes for y'all to get stuff. Oh, how was your picnic though, Casey?
Oh, I regret that.
What is the drink that Germans like? Chad, do you know the shot that Germans drink a lot? I can't remember what it's called. Carmia, you're British. You know this. What's the stuff that Germans drink? Not Jägermeister. No, not Jaeger. Schnapps. Schnapps. I like schnapps. Schnapps is great. Yeah, I know, but y'all know every y'all. Is that you? That's... Oh no, Dar. Good luck.
I am actually just dead. Wait, oh! I'm still alive somehow? Still alive, still alive, still alive,
No, I'm
still
not calling the British German. I'm saying that the British know about every stereotype of every other race because that's what they're tending to be known for.
Ah, there it is. Bro, I had like every debuff node. I had so many debuffs.
I'm sorry, Carmia. Why am I getting... Where did he come from? Why did you bring him to me? I've been trying to stay alive.
I died. I didn't bring anyone to you.
So this is... So we're playing 7 days. Oh my god. Oh, Dar, we're not doing this.
Hey, I'm not giving up.
Okay, but we have to do this a different way. You redeemed points for this. That allows you to change stuff in my game.
Alright, here's the thing. If we get in there with cooldowns, and they can actually give us regen, we probably can.
No,
do this.
There are 3 of those regenerating zombies that bring other zombies back to life. Are piled up together.
It'll be fine.
What am I pleading the 5th for? Wouldn't you? What? I mean, I plead the 5th, sure, but I genuinely don't think we can do this unless we make like. Gotta go look at the wedding dresses. At wedding dresses? Oh, you're getting married? Sick. Have fun. Be good.
Don't look behind us.
Oh, you can handle him. If you can handle, handle him naked, then we can handle everybody else. Anya, you're supposed to. Don't you have like a test tomorrow? Hey, Dar, I found a new home for us. This could be a temporary home. We'll get our shit. We'll build up here. Has a wall already. This is really fucking solid.
Underestimate how stubborn I am.
No. We're gonna build up here. We're gonna get our stuff here so that we don't lose everything every time, and then we can hunt down the other place. Can I get a spear? I need stones. Hey, no. Watching me is not... You should... Volpa, you're supposed to be studying too. Don't make me time you out. Y'all need to be passing your classes. Exactly. Your teachers will be disappointing. They won't be disappointed. They will be disappointing. Carmia, I hope you know that you signed up for the mod team, so I'm legally required to bully you more.
Oh, why'd you have to slow me of all things to happen?
You're fine, Dar. Believe me. You'll cry about it. Don't cry about it. No, never mind. You don't get bullied, ever. Chat, no one's allowed to be mean to Carmia. Alright, Dar, come towards me. I have a spear.
He broke my leg!
He is so fast.
My leg!
Got him.
Yeah, I did a lot of damage. I didn't know how low he was, but I knew he was low. How long till we get redeems?
13 seconds.
Chat, I beg you, please fucking heal me.
Chat, killed Dar. Alright, help me clear this place real quick.
I need my items.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we will, but let's clear this place real quick. Fine, no, you go get your items. I got this place. This is fine.
Alright, chat. You give me energized and regen, I'm gonna give you a big old kiss. I'll give you a free shirtless redeem if you guys give me energized and regen. I just realized I can tempt your chat with shirtless.
Yeah, America's schools are kind of stupid, TBH. You already gave me ammo? Thank you. Oh, hey, Dar.
Yeah.
She knows the vote.
No, what is it?
I don't know. It's question mark, but all I know it's an attack.
Oh, that's good for you, because I'm not by you. Alright, I got my loot back.
Oh,
Alright, how many people do we got? One, two, you know, this seems doable.
Yeah. Alright.
Oh, except if I get concussion.
Moonflower. It's Moonflower here. Hello, Moonflower. Yeah, we got redeems and stuff on. It's on the overlay.
Oh, the concussion, I'm probably dead here.
I ain't got no favoritism. Morning, sweetie. How you doing, Moonflower?
I'm alive. Alive in a fucking dream.
Fun, you're so mean to me. Well.
It's only 2 of the radiation, guys.
No, there's 3.
Oh, fuck yeah, fast.
And they pick up other ones of them. It is. Hey, chat, I mean, if we ever hit a partner, maybe I'll move to another country. Ma'am. When Kiro... Wait, what happened with Kiro playing Peak? I've been thinking about playing Peak. I want to do the crowd control Peak. Where do I want to move? I honestly don't know. Why am I doing Southern? I honestly don't know where I want to move. Chad, did you know that you redeem Southern so often that, I do remember when I did shirt ripping. 1 second. Oh. I don't remember what I was saying anymore. Oh, I've done Southern so often that, like, whenever I talk on the phone with people from the South, I imitate the accent immediately. Founder, why do you want to change your name? Don't you like that it's a secret that your name's Moonflower, or do you just want to be Moonflower now? Alright. I survived, Dar.
I'm glad.
It means I'm slowly building our home together. Why are there more? Does Dar still need energy? Dar always needs energy.
I need energy and healing as much as I can get this whole time. I'm trying to clear out the 4-star area.
Why are you chewing metal? Oh yeah, Volvo. Yeah. Well, how does the Southern accent confuse you? What about it confuses you? Wow, Robin giving loot to Dar, but not to me, and just giving me zombies because Robin hates me.
Oh, I might be dead. Hey, chat, you guys have a... Are you able to regen, or is that on cooldown?
I'll tell you in a second.
Oh, ocean.
Robin, why do I not believe you? Oh no.
Oh, man.
There. Why can't I open this crate? Why can't I open the crate? See, there's a overlay on the screen that you can use. Oh, shoot, one sec. Or, am I bleeding to death? Damn it, why am I bleeding again?
I'm gonna need you not to die.
I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna need you not to die.
3,
I need chat helping me
2.
right now.
You can do hashtags around the screen, behind my head. Or you can do, hello, Beamin' on Bunny, how you doing? Today's a non-ASMR stream. I promise my ASMR stuff's normally better. I'm not saying that this isn't good right now. Things are just a bit chaotic right now. Everybody go, can we get a shout out for Beaming on Bunny? Go, somebody can go check them out. They are very, very lovely, very, very cool. Jesus. But yes, go check them out. They were eating SCP the other day, which was really, really sick. I loved it.
I think I killed one of the mutants. Yep, one mutant's dead.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Oh, man. Oh, group of you are evil.
Oh, well, here we go. Oh,
Wait,
shoot.
the other mutant's bugged.
Jump! Why am I not jumping?
Second mutant dead.
Yeah, well, I'm apparently taking care of the goddamn... Oh, shit. A flaming spirit, what a weapon. I know, Ryan, it's not even that good.
Hey, you take that back.
Alright. 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 We're calm, relaxed, we're fine, everything's good. Oh. I'm waiting until the stupid blurriness wears out. Good luck in there, Dar.
God, fucking blurriness.
Okay. How'd you hurt your wrist? Wait, why are you chewing? Okay, okay. Anya. What the fuck? Okay, that was a joke. Okay. I don't know with some of you. The things that have been said in this chat where I'm like, that's not a normal thing that happens, but apparently it is a thing that happens. Okay. Somebody's eating cornstarch regularly. Okay. Okay.
Man, regen will go a long way right now.
Oh, sweet pills. Thank you.
Hey, wait, chat, if I do this, do I get regen?
Stop taking off your shirt. Regen might not even be available.
I got energized, so I'll take it.
I think you're helping. You're most definitely helping, Fountain. I don't know what you're helping with, but I think you're helping. Oh, and Keeper's stupid snakes. Okay, and. There we go. Okay. Fine. No, where's the stupid... Why are we doing this, Star?
We're doing pretty good, though. This is the last mutant of the 3.
Alright, I'll see if I can get the feral. Alright.
Mutant dead. No more mutants.
Oh, God. I gave you crates, fine. Well, I can't open this one at all. I don't know what happened with this one, but it just won't open.
You have it where if they're spawned for me, you can't take them. You have it spawned where we can't steal each other's crates.
Oh, my item needs repairs. Damn. All right. Okay. Everything's calmed. Everything's relaxed. I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh.
I'm just being fucked on stamina currently.
That's fair. That happens. God damn it, Aura. Aura, die! Daroard.
Oh my god. I have a gun.
Ah, you lucky bastard.
Oh, man.
Is that snakes again?
Why are there a group of coyotes? Why are they after me?
Alright, we're bleeding again. I'm just gonna use a bandage. Alright, well, Dar handles that.
Will this be a bad time to say I have 30% infected?
Well, not like I can do anything about it. Keeper, did you buy these? Did you spend real money on these, Keeper?
I'm pretty sure they did. The groups you have to. Howdy.
Why the fuck?
See, I told you we could do it.
Do you have lockpicking?
I have it leveled. I just don't have any lockpicks.
Why is Dar shirtless? I don't know, chat. Dar's just shirtless sometimes.
Fine. You're not there. You don't get shirtless anymore. I heard people wanting it, so I turned it back on, but no, now you don't get it.
Okay, there we go. We're taking this. Getting rid of this. We're taking this. We're... Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. That was an experience, Dar.
I told you we'd be fine, see?
My leg's gone, my face is gone.
Oh, I'm so fucked in many ways.
Why do I hear dogs outside, chat? Are you summoning dogs again? Alright, let's go see if I can go... What the fuck are you...
You know what? Now that we've cleared this area, where are the dogs at? I want them to kill me. I have 30% infected rate. This sucks. Kill me, please.
I got you, dog.
I don't want to deal with that fucking thing.
And taking Dar's loot? Just kidding.
Wait, did someone go to my stream and redeem it? Because I did put it back on. I just looked over and I'm sure it's again.
Yep.
God damn it.
Yep. Chat doesn't like you being clothed, man. Just stop being clothed. Have you thought about that? Have you thought about not wearing clothes?
Yes.
Now the question is it shirtless or is it just clothless and we just can't see below the waist?
I plead the fifth.
Ban clothes. Hashtag A, resourceful. Yay! I love resourceful. Oh, thank you, chat. Look at y'all being
I
helpful.
thought we killed all the zombies. Why are there more fuckers here?
You have nothing appropriate to say? I mean, I can make it worse. Come here, Dar.
Hey, yo.
It's like for a donathon, top tier. I sleep with Dar.
Hey, yo.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hey, look, times are tough out here, Chad. Times are tough out here.
Ow. Hey, chat. Are you guys able to boost melee damage yet?
Not yet. I think we're gonna have to wait. We have to get. We're only on day 2, man.
Here we are. Hey, but we got this area fully cleared.
Yeah, I don't even know if any of it's worth it. Okay, well, that's 1,200. That ain't too bad.
Ow.
You bastard!
That's the same, right? You hit me with the harvesting tool. I shot you. I want to fucking open up this, but it's so fucking much HP.
All right.
Alright, chat, we're gonna be here for a bit.
Hey, chat, welcome to the new stream. Welcome to LuckyJene Opens a Box. Anyway, chat, how you doing? I can focus on you now. Watch there be nothing in here. I've done that before. Where you'll spend like a whole hour opening a box and it's like, oh yeah, and here is a repair kit and a breeze. I thought you were safe to put on speaker. I was wrong. It's the morning. How do you get PP? You watch the stream. Oh, also, I think you have to redeem the point redeem in the as one of the redeems. Ooh, box. Damn it, it's your box.
I kind of like that. Actually, it's side boxes now.
Now we get to see who chat's favoring.
All right. Well, we've gotten about 2K down so far. You know.
Just while we're waiting.
Now,
chat.
I'm not saying this to steal all the loot, but you should let me open it because
I'll let you
I'm
open it.
4 levels into the loot right now.
Yeah. I'm such a good doggy. There you go.
If there is a gun, though, definitely want to get you a fucking weapon. That's why that's kind of the reason I want to open it. These usually have good shit
give it a
in them.
second, Fountain. Unless you might have already done it. Well, I can't go shirtless, chat. I can put on different clothes, but it's the best I can do. Jasmine and Honeysuckle. Wait, are you not feeling good, Jupiter? What's going on? Wait, who's not feeling good? I'm worried about y'all. All right, chat. How about this? The original plan was going straight to a 3D model.
That went through.
Yay! But what if I instead get a brand new 2D model with the new model and stuff? That way I can have a shirtless redeem, and then we go 3D.
Yeah.
This means I'm gonna have to raise twice the amount of money. Are you just asking about tea? All right, fair enough.
I just found myself a not too badly priced 2D one and got a half body for now.
I hear a zombie. Depends. Depends on who we go with, what artists we go with. Some of them are gonna be more decent than others. Why am I doing Southern again? God damn it! Ooh, thank you so much for the redeem.
Wait, why aren't you breaking this? We got energized right now.
Because there's a zombie, and I'm trying to make sure it's not a witch. It's a witch. Where is she? I'm gonna go handle her before she summons a bunch of zombies. I'm so lost. You don't feel too skibbity? Why don't you feel too skib? What do you need? Burn the witch. I know what I already know. Oh my god, her head exploded.
Almost 2,000 left.
I'm coming. It's actually not that bad.
No. Once we get any lockpicks, this will be easier because I'm gonna be going lockpicking. So, but we just don't have fucking lockpicks yet.
All right, let me repair it. Okay. I accidentally repaired it a bit. I didn't think it would actually work. I'm sorry. No. Hey. I can actually fully repair. I have 9 iron, a forged iron, so I could repair.
Wait, what the fuck?
I got it. All right, back the box.
Anyways.
The slow turn was okay. You get some sleep.
I'm ready for there to be nothing in here good.
God, it's gonna be awful.
I'm gonna just be happy if there's at least a couple lockpicks in here.
Honestly, it's probably like a level 3 pipe pistol.
Oh, that'd be nice. You need some help, or are you good?
I got you.
Alright. You ready to learn what's in here?
Yep.
Alright. No weapon. At all.
Okay.
But, here's an assassin hood. I don't like that gear set, so you can use it.
Alright.
Ammo, a little bit of currency, but in my opinion, this was worth it. It had 5 lockpicking tools in it.
There we go.
That
there we
itself
go.
actually was worth it. In my...
You wish your friends were as chill as me and Dar? Oh, Dar hates me and tries to kill me on a regular basis. He's just chill up front. Wait, I wasn't supposed to tell them about that one.
I do attempt to kill Gene all the time, actually. It's true.
I wake up in the middle of the night and Dar's just there. Like, how the fuck did you get here? You live across the country from me. He's like, don't worry about it. Hi, Aiko. I like the stupid jump over inside because you just go. Okay. Yeah, Dar's a crazy freak.
Too good, sadly.
In the end, it didn't really matter.
But I'll take the lockpicking.
Okay, let me see if I can figure out a good thing for this. I'm your friend, I am chill. Vibes. Dar's a super freak. He's super freaky. Have you
I don't know why chat thinks I'm freaky. I'm a normal shark. Totally. 100%.
As the clothes go back on right as you say that.
Did they
yeah. I turned to look at it. I was going to be like, oh, Dar's shirtless. And it's like, nope, the clothes went on as you were saying that. I'm normal, but puts on shirt.
I'm totally normal, chat. Or you have no proof.
The vampire. Wait. Okay, I need to find a good space for us to live in this place. I don't know if any of this place. Oh, look, a box! Yay! Thank you for the box, Ocean! I love you!
Listen,
OCN.
the art's not made yet, so you have no proof.
Alright, that is a 1,200. Ooh, that is fucking solid. This actually might pay off.
Yeah?
How's this? That's 500. You know, this actually might be solid.
Perfect.
Give me a second while I figure this out.
Figure out where we're gonna put our loot at so I can start storing shit.
Yeah, I need to pull out a land claim. We're gonna craft that. I'm gonna toggle the boundaries. Darn is great. I'd hug that model. Exactly. Darn is great. See, my one problem, chat, is that I like my model so much because it has so many expressions, and expressions are expensive.
Yeah.
It's like I could get my model. I could get somebody to make a model like my model. I don't know how much it would cost.
Oh my god, weapon supplies right now?
Weapon supplies.
Would be amazing.
Do you want to do,
Chat, if you want to love us,
yeah, love on us.
it'd be nice.
Okay, wait, so that's out there. Holy shit, actually. No way. Are you kidding me? That was the perfect placement. All right, Dar.
Yes.
No, you do hashtag A. You do like hashtag A right now, and we'll do that. How much did your model cost, Dar?
This one I paid about. I want to say it was between 300 to 400 for a half body, which I thought was fine because that's on. If we're being honest, it's on the cheap end, which is what I was looking for until I raised enough to get a full body with a lot of stuff on it.
Right. My model costs like. This one was like $30, but because anybody can get this model, like this is not a unique model.
It designates it. Look, it designates him.
Oh fuck yeah! Hey Dar,
What'd you get?
What'd you get? You first.
I got a level 3 revolver.
Do you want to trade for a shotgun? Pipe shotgun?
What level?
level 1. Not...
How about I'll let you have my level 1 revolver?
You know, and because you like shotguns, here, take the shotgun, and I'll give you my shotgun ammo.
To be fair, the shotgun's dog shit. I hate the beginning shotgun.
Exactly. Oh, thank you. No way. No way. I just got a level 1 pipe shotgun.
Wait. Oh my god.
Not pipe gun, sorry. A level 1 pipe rifle, pipe revolver. So I got exactly what you just gave me. So I have 2 pipe revolvers now.
By the way, Ocean spawned me in a resource thing. I got 7 more lockpicks, so I now have 12.
Yeah, so if I nice. If I were to get this model like to actually get there's no wolves yet. Here, I will let you all see what is currently available by leaning which direction? This direction? There we go. Y'all can look at it. All right, but yes. I really like my model. Oh, thank you for all the greats. But yeah, if I were to get this model fully, it'd be between 2,000 to 10,000, which is why I am not getting a custom model that has cool shirt toggles like that yet. I'm up here up front. I'm gonna start making some wood storage crates. Where are we gonna put them? Yeah. And the reason why it's so expensive is because somebody has to do the custom art for it. Somebody has to do all of the animation rigging. Somebody has to do like a whole bunch of stuff for it. And so a lot of times there's even teams that do the whole thing.
I think mine was technically worked on by 2 or 3 people.
Yeah.
Hey, here's some gloves if you don't have any. It's assassin gloves, which give attack speed, so I assume you want that.
Oh yeah, thank you. Dart, crates are going up.
Finally.
I should open dono tips. I will definitely do. We're gonna do a fundraiser at some point. That way, you know, it's more of a we try to raise stuff for when I want it, but the goal right now is to hit about 50 average viewers is the goal. And once we hit that, then I will be doing a full-on fundraiser where I will stay awake for so I'm still trying to figure out how to do it. There's one of 2 ways I can do this, okay? Way 1, I stream until the model I want is fully funded. Meaning this could go a couple hours. This could go for several days. Ooh. Thank y'all for all the supplies. Y'all keep using them so quickly.
Alright, now while you do that, I'm gonna go explore and loot. I need more levels.
Yes, they are mecha anime. But yeah, so it's either I'm gonna do it one way of where I keep streaming until I fund enough to pay for the model that I want, or we do for every certain amount of sub and dono I stream longer, which that can also go long. And the question is, which one do I want to take the risk on? Ooh, actually, I like that. Oh, Dar.
Yes.
Do you want a shotgun choke?
If you want, just put in the storage for now.
Yeah.
I'll get it when I'm back. I'm gonna focus on getting some levels so I can get my looting and lock picking up a lot higher.
All right. Well, I mean, all right, so hear me out, chat. It's not only a I know I gotta worry about my health. Of course, I'll take care of my health. But it's also a publicity stunt, chat. Because first off, I'm gonna make a big deal about doing a proper freaking donathon. Because I'm fine with people doing they have work and stuff. But I miss the old days of donathons where it was hey, we're going to torment this streamer by making them stream for a really long time. Instead, now it's just hey, give me money and I'll just stream slightly longer. You have been. I appreciate Robin.
I think
I'm going to make a whole publicity thing for it. That'd be great.
for mine, I basically streamed anytime I was awake.
Yeah.
It was the only time my stream wasn't on is when I had to sleep.
Yeah, which I mean, I totally get, and that's like, I would say, like, for most people, that's why you kind of have to do it if you're going to do one of those. But like, I'm going to try to fund mine to the point that if it goes past the 4 days I will take off from work, then it will pay for a month of me living, so that I can quit my job and then just continue the stream.
Oh my god.
Yes, when it lights up on the HUD, you can buy it. Dar, what's your opinion on Australia? What's your opinion on Australia? I love Australia. What about you, Dar?
They got some scaredy ass spiders. I'm good.
Well, there you have it. I do enjoy Australia, though. I would consider moving out to Australia.
I would not, strictly because of spiders.
Do you have a phobia of spiders?
I don't like spiders, man. It's funny because I will be getting a spider model at some point, but that's besides the point.
Wait. It's me. It's still me. Just hear Dar scream every once in a while.
This is bullshit.
What?
So you know the digging quest that you have to do?
Yep.
It put it on the road.
I hate that. Oh, I hate that.
Oh, okay. No, when I actually accepted the quest, it
turns it to dirt. Yeah, it used to do it where it wouldn't do that. It would just like leave it.
That's
dude.
fucked.
This house is amazing. It is just big enough that like there's enough like green barrier around it that we could build like a solid wall if we needed to. But these walls are strong. We got 2 fully built areas. Like this is good.
Next to the fucking trade. See, I told you we needed to clear it out, but you're like, nah, it's too hard.
Well, I mean, the other place we would have done would have been fine, but like.
Yeah, but this isn't just fine. This is amazing.
And it's only 1 story. It's not like a stupid multi-level building that would have been a pain in the ass to deal with. You can go upstairs, but okay. Oh, this game is so much fun, chat. I'm actually considering doing an event for this. I will do a giveaway of this game if you want to play it. We'll host a server. I think we'll only be able to do like 8 people at a time, but it should be cool. Oh, yeah, no, but like, okay, you just don't fuck with the spiders, chat. Thank you for the alert, dwarf. Mwah.
Yeah, but I could just not live there, and then there wouldn't be spiders.
Oh, yeah, okay, but I mean, like, there's just as many things everywhere that we have to deal with. So it's like, you know, pick your poison.
Nah, I want to live in the ocean.
Ocean? Yeah, then you gotta deal with Cthulhu.
Yeah, that's fucking cool.
Chat, I am so stupid. Dar, would you like to know what I just did?
What'd you do?
I was going to look up door. I typed in floor. That's it. My brain was like, yes, floor, the door of the ground. Don't fucking know.
Yeah, but see, in the ocean, there's sharks, and I fucking love sharks.
And there's also Ocean Man. He'll take you by the hand.
And there's also Ocean Man.
Ocean Man.
What do I want? Do I want a pipe machine gun or a rifle? I go rifle because that fits with this when I work on my spear.
Iron door, take me by the floor.
Spiders can float on water. Yes, they can. Rock lobster. Rockster.
Ooh, hello.
Everyone.
Under the rug. There. Rockstar. We were surprisingly well synced on that. I'm very impressed.
You know, we really were, actually.
Did Discord fix its lag issue so now we can do karaoke?
Fucking dog on my ass.
I'm not there yet. Oh, animal. God. They haven't paid enough, dog. Iron door, take me by the floor.
I mean, give it enough time. Technically, that is a possibility in the future. Once I get a certain reference made, you know? That's all I'm gonna say.
Did you just say there's a chance we're gonna fuck? Is that
Well, yeah, what I was getting at is if you remember from the subathon, the original, like, stuff, once I get my reference made, if you remember stuff.
Sick. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, I was gonna say it.
Should I get a PC to play video game chat? Yeah. Get like yourself like a if you just want to game with people, get yourself like a solid like small desktop or like just a basic laptop. And it's not a basic laptop, a basic gaming laptop. That way you can just hang out with people. If you want to do like big ass gaming, then build a computer. But like, yeah, just get yourself something. This is not that hard to run. A lot of cool stuff. Wait. What'd you say? What did Robin say? What did Robin say? Wants to be taken by a door. Everyone become a door. Oh!
Hey, yo.
Ooh, that took me a long time, chat.
You better grade. Here you go. Don't spend fine.
Man, I forgot how much on this 7 hunting rifles.
All right, we need a pot. Oh, by the way, I got a wrench now. I think I'm gonna start like, you do like looting shit. I'll do like scrapping shit. I'm the builder anyways, so.
I'm kind of focusing on doing the quests because that way we can start getting, you know, higher tier quests, which will lead us to unlocking new areas and all that jazz.
Hey, chat, you want to give me something that I can sell?
Oh, hey, I just got a free fucking pipe machine gun. Why not? Why was that in a wall safe? I have no fucking clue.
That's the thing I think is really funny about tiered loot. Because, like...
Oh my
if
god,
you do.
Ocean, you don't know how much I love when you give me those.
I think
They always have a lot.
medicine. Oh, ammo, thank you. Where'd it go? Ah, thank you! Yay! Oh, thank you! Complain about what?
Ow! You know how I was complaining about lockpicks?
Mm-hmm.
I now have 20 of them.
Congrats. I have one I was going to give you, but, you know, I don't think you need it. Okay, 149. Oh, we're almost there. I don't want to sell all of this. Can I sell some steroids? Supplying the kids with steroids. Just kidding. Don't do that,
Let's
chat.
go.
We would never.
What do you mean there's a zombie here? Oh, there's a fucking dog.
Cooking pot. Bye. All right, I got it. You're having hot dogs for breakfast. Ooh, woo. Volfa, go study. Why am I getting no? Hi.
Yeah, studying, okay? Studying is good.
Ocean man, take me back.
Where the fuck is the loot? Sorry.
Got the flu, end it with Zoxide Plus. I'm pretty sure that's what caused the zombie virus, chat. I'm sorry to hear that.
Ow.
Wait. Oh, there it is, thank God.
Gene, do you have a hunting rifle?
I do not.
Well, I mean a pipe rifle, not a hunting rifle.
I do not.
I got level 1 for you.
Thank you. I have 2 pistols that I swap between. Carmilla technically does have authority over you.
No, you can't. I just. I'm sorry, but that was fucking golden to look over and see. No, you can't. Watch me.
That's fair, that's fair. Studying is important, and you only did time out for a minute. Don't give them a little time to get ready for doing a little studying. Or they'll just sit there and wait. I'm a hater. I'm not a hater. I'm a carer. I care about people.
Nah, it's false. Gene hates me, chat.
Well, I said people. You're a shark.
Oh, shit. You know you got me there, actually.
Unlimited cosmic power. Itty bitty living space. Alright.
God, it's almost closing time.
Oh, hey! Stuff! Where's my stuff? Yay, stuff! Thank you, Ocean! I'm going to relearn how to pronounce your name because I have immediately started doing it wrong again, and I am sorry for that. You deserve better. I leave things up to my mod discretions. Mm-hmm. Awesome. Wait, please, please, please tell me this game is stupid. Please tell me this game is stupid. Please tell me. No! Damn it! Why aren't you stupid? Oh, hi, Snowy. How you doing? You good? Yeah.
What happened?
I wanted to take the magazine extender and attach it to the revolver, but it doesn't work. I know it's okay, but you're
Can
cool.
I have
and
the
you
magazine extender?
say please.
I'll give you a hunting rifle.
I will give it to you.
I was gonna. Anyways, yeah. Here's that. Did I get anything? Because I think that can go on this. Can't this?
It should go on the machine gun. Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
I thought you were gonna just shoot me in the dick. Can I have it? Will you say please? It kills me. Well.
Wait, what?
What?
I have a repair kit.
Yes.
I have 6 of them, and it won't let me use them to repair my gun.
I don't think it works on the pipe gun. You have pipe gun?
Yeah.
Come
we
in,
have
come in. I got
in
pipes. Yep.
storage.
Pipes here. Dropped them.
I gotta get back over there. Still learning this build.
Thank you, Robin.
Oh, yeah.
Is this not a fucking cool building?
That's a base radiator, they're not a pipe.
Here you go.
Alright, I'm gonna store some items.
Gene got pipe. I'm about to be laying that Nope. No. Close the door!
I'm going back out in a second. I
Oh
got
my
loot
god, this
to get.
hardened chest is insane.
Anyways, bye.
If you need to drop off like quick loot, you can always do it in the hardened chest here and I'll move it back.
Alright.
Why am I a house husband?
I don't know, that's always your role. Anytime we play though, it's kind of your role. It's like, alright, I'll be the one that goes clears everything out. You take care of home.
Finish biting metal. Don't hurt your teeth. I've had cracked teeth and they're a pain in the ass to deal with. Anyways, let's start disassembling. Na 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 na. I don't question things. Why is anything getting beaten?
Things.
Yeah, ice is different. Also, you shouldn't chew on ice either, but ice is different.
Chewing on ice is fun, actually.
You might be low iron.
That one I can get behind.
Wait, Anya, are you low iron? It's not good for your teeth. I mean, chewing on anything that's too hard repeatedly is not good. Well, Anya, go get some iron supplements or something. Be healthy.
I was saying, Gene, I already told you what I eat. I think you know I'm low on everything.
You're low on existence, honestly. Like,
I'm
you
low
know,
on existence. That is very true.
God's like,
Yeah,
really?
Chad, don't be like me.
Don't be like me, kids. I'm high.
Got 2 forge books for you when I get back.
Got a new plug. My other guy sucked. Barely got a buzz off 25 bucks. Drop 200 on drop too much. Hi, Squidge. How you doing?
Is that Squidge?
That's Squidge.
The one? The only?
One. The Squidge. Oh, really? Well, that's cute. I'm glad you listened to my mods. VODs. You can't hide from me, Daroard.
How you doing, Squidge?
No, not mods. VODs. I activated Sleeper Agent Aura. Not mods. VODs. Aura has been activated. I'm gonna make this into a confessional. Oh, wait, can I get bicycle bits yet?
There's a bird around me. There you are.
No, apparently I'm thirsty. Wow, I have bicycle parts! Alright, I gotta make a fire. Wow. Alright, let me actually do the stuff I need to do. 1 second. Oh, I don't have any. What about my rocks? I just dropped them out. Chat, I'm being stupid again. When am I not thirsty? Wow. True, but wow. Why am I vibrating? Oh shit, what time is it? It's 8. I need to post content. Do I have any content to post?
Ah, shit, it's content time.
Alright, chat. Here's what we're Hashtag content time. Sponsored by Red Bull. Red Bull gives you...
Oh yeah, by the way, so because Squidge is someone I know from the SMP actually.
Oh!
Yeah, that's someone that was one of the main people that helped run it.
Sick. That's actually... Hey, Dar.
Yeah.
Scavenger hat? Oh, it helps salvaging. That's... Okay, never mind. I'll take it.
Wait, no. I think the scavenger... Look at the full set bonus. That is
But better quality loot. Okay, yep.
Yes!
I'll put it away for you.
Yes! Holy sh... Yeah, that is the fucking gear set I want. Don't out me like... Oh, shit, my bad. Listen, I love Squidge.
Is cool.
I have to let people know how awesome you are, Squidge.
Hey, Gene, what would you recommend for somebody to the phobia food to try? Do you have a food phobia, or are you trying to find food phobia foods? And yes, we get the bike one piece by one piece. Hello, Margot. How you doing? Danf. I mean, you're fine. Y'all are fine, chat. This stream's probably gonna... Dart, do you have like a time limit on how long you can hang out? What's your vibe?
Oh, I don't sleep for another 2 to 3, 4 hours, so we can go as long as you want.
All right, we'll be here for a while. Food aversion to phobia fried food. I want to try fruit that I'll eat because I have deficiencies for everything. Okay. Bananas are always very good for you. High in potassium, and potassium is a vital nutrient that we don't get enough of in general. If you can get bananas in you, that'll help you out a lot in general. Okay. Let me look at some other... Anya? Ask me this question in like a couple minutes. Let me submit a bunch of stuff real quick to my channels because it's 8 o'clock. Hydrate, thank you. Let me post my clip real quick to TikToks and YouTubes and stuff. Okay, here we go. Let's not post a selfie. Do it for her. And do it again.
They're telling you to hydrate in game. I have a feeling you're low on hydration.
Oh, I'll do that too.
Buy utility.
When it comes to taste, I want something that tastes citrusy because I like citrus fruit taste. Kind of resembles bread, nothing too mushy, nothing too hard. You know, that is going to be difficult. Give me some time. I'll see if I can find you some fruits. You'll just have to remind me at some point. The only fruit I know is dar.
I'll bite you.
Sorry, I had to make a joke like my dad would. Frozen fruit. Yeah, frozen fruit's good. Honestly, that's a good suggestion. Hey, dipshit. Wow, rude. Hi, Margo, by the way. Okay. What do you mean? Why would I try to dox myself? No, Vanya. Whenever you pull up the camera to post videos onto TikTok, it shows my like front-facing camera. So I'm not trying to dox myself. I'm not going to accidentally do that. I promise. Okay. But yeah, no. You want to suggest, Anya? Smoothies. No, those are even harder. I wish. Wait, why are they harder? Why are they harder? Do you not like drinks? You can make like a citrus drink that's like heavily citrus, and you can throw a bunch of stuff in.
That's what I honestly need to get a fucking smoothie maker.
Oh, dude. Okay, I got this really stupid nice, like not stupid nice. It was like $50, $60, juicer that I throw like veggies in, and then I'll just pour that like the juice and like random other stuff, so I can get like a vitamin shot, and it's great.
I want to get a juicer and a fucking thing to make actual smoothies with.
If you do get a juicer, let me know. I'll help you pick one out, because like if you get like the American style juicers, they're like a shit ton of parts. They clog up really easily. They're so difficult to clean. The one I have, it takes like a single like little metal piece that I can push out stuff out of, and the rest is all like dishwasher safe. Actually, the entire thing is dishwasher safe.
I want to get a juicer at some point because I like me some juice. God,
the juice is good.
It's a good way to get shit I need and be able to have a tasty treat.
Vanya, don't leave. It's not allowed, Vanya. You're not allowed to leave. God, I don't know what to even do right now in this place. It's really nice, and I'm just like...
By the way, I put stuff in the hardened chest.
Oh, then frozen fruit. I would definitely suggest doing frozen fruit. Manual or electric? My juicer is electric. Oh, it's so fucking nice. I don't like hand juicers are great, but this one is an electric juicer. All the parts are dishwasher safe. It's just so good. Frozen fruit. Definitely do all the frozen fruits. I mean, Dar's here. Dar loves you. Right, Dar?
Yeah. Alright, come here. I'm gonna give you a big old fucking kiss.
All right. Robin's friend. What's the friend's name? What's the friend's name? Hi, Val. I know you, Val. Val, stop drinking so many monsters. You need nutrients for what you do. Get some actual fucking nutrients to your body and actual hydration. Come on.
Chat, because of what Gene said, I'm going to start only drinking Monster.
Also, Princess Rosa Suzuki. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear princess. Happy birthday to you. And many more. What am I doing? I don't know. I just people keep dropping loot on me. Then I walk around more and I get more loot. And I walk around more and I get more.
Oh, I found a gun safe.
I'm having a good time. Bring me back a treat. You're legally required to bring me back a little treat, because I'm just a little guy who deserves a treat.
I just gone through 5 lockpicks. I'm gonna cry. 6 lockpicks. I'm gonna cry.
Does tea count for hydration? Tea does actually count for hydration, but like, you know, if you can make it a bit weaker, and understanding it's not going to be the same as drinking water. Oh, have fun, princess. Thank you for the treat, Anya. What am I doing? Princess, I would rather you came back and stabbed me. So, you know, if we have two options here, I'll take a stabbing. How do we feel about stabbings? Can I get one? Caffeine is a diuretic, I think is what it's called. So it does cause you to expel a little bit more water, but it still does hydrate. So caffeine of any sort is going to make you lose some water in the process.
But it's so good.
That's why you should do tea or something. Yay, more stuff! Oh, I got arrows. Oh, I'm going to keep a bow on me, actually. Sick! That was a good one. That was a good box. Good box. Proud of you. Proud of you, box.
Ooh. Mod crate just from me?
No.
Hey, you remember that extended Maggie game? I have one to return to you.
I'm not going to be unlocking things. I'm putting my lockpicks in the box for you, okay?
Alright. I'll gladly take more lockpicks.
I'm going to label the... Actually, you know what? I'm going to put the stuff that I'm trying to trade you. We'll put that in the front crate here. The search hardened chest. Oh, you've been dropping stuff there already. Perfect. Thank you, darling. And I will put your... What am I doing? Okay, so we'll leave the Raider outfit in there. What was I going to give you? Lockpicks.
Commando gloves? I don't want that.
You forgot to download. Robin, did you make a clip of it and you just didn't download it? Because you can always get it later.
You say you have a wrench, right?
I do.
We can break cars with the wrench for pipe, right?
Yep, you need pipe?
I need pipe. My machine gun's breaking fast.
I will have pipe for you when you get back. Alright. Also, chat, a reminder that one of the things that really energizes you in energy drinks, because caffeine does not energize you, is actually B12. So if you take a B12 vitamin and you do, like, anything else, you'll get the same kind of effect.
Yeah, but Tasty Monster.
Because all caffeine does is block the sleep receptors in your brain, so it makes you not feel more tired. And, I mean, it is tasty, don't get me wrong. I will drink the peach ones all day. Is he at least drinking the juice ones? Oh. God, man, we are so alike.
Howdy ho.
I, too, am married to your husband. Welcome home. Just don't tell him. All right, I'm putting down more pipe. Hi, Lumi. Hi, Lumi. How you doing, sweetie? Although, I mean, right? Why? What's up? Coffee is made of roaches? No. What? What? Coffee is made from coffee bean.
I'm taking this, honey.
Lumi, I always forget you live in part of the world where it's like, it's not the same. I don't know why for the longest time I thought you lived in the same part of the world as I did. But I am going to drink some gin. Cheers.
All right, back on the road I go.
What is the thing that we need for crafting things, like building the things?
Forge books?
No, the table.
Workbench?
Thank you. I need 3 more forge books. If you do find them, we'll make a workbench. I'm gonna work on getting everything for a forge. Chocolate has so many bug parts. Yeah, it does. Hi, Val. Val. I hear that you're exclusively drinking Monster, and I understand you're hungover, but you need to be also taking care of yourself. Your health is important to us, me included. Rika, hello, Rika. How you doing? Girlies in chat. Who be hitting?
Now, you know my workaround, how I've been doing more hydration?
How?
Because I drink a lot of soda.
Yeah.
And problem was cutting out soda. But for my workaround or my way I've been dealing fine is just drinking sparkling water. I like the combination.
God, sparkling water is so good, man.
And there's no really drawback of sparkling water, you know?
Apparently, actually, sparkling water hydrates you better than normal water does. I don't know what the thing is behind it. It might be, yeah, apparently, well, it hydrates you more efficiently. Not like that'll hydrate you more, it's just quicker.
How the fuck does it do more efficiently, though? What?
I'm assuming what it is that a lot of sparkling water has, oh, celebration, hell yeah! A lot of sparkling, chat, we're gonna go out on a hunt, has mineral content in it that is better for, like, you know, overall hydration, which is why it tastes a little bit better too. But I've also, I don't know, maybe it's with the carbonation. I haven't looked into it much, so it also might be wrong.
I just, that's the main reason I drink soda is carbonation. I can't drink without, like, I don't like liquids without carbonation.
I've been thinking about getting like a soda stream.
They're nice. Mine broke. I liked it a lot.
Oh. We need to raise funds to get Dara soda stream.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I totally carbonated orange juice and loved it.
Oh, you know what I would do. You know what I would absolutely do. Chat, you know what I would do if I had a dance party?
Oh, fuck yeah.
I would carbonate milk in a fucking second.
That, I would not do that. Then again, I also hate milk.
Oh god, I'm bleeding. I would immediately be like, this is the worst thing I can do. I'd probably do oat milk, you know, because like the proteins in milk would cause it to like foam up, but it's called Milkus.
Wait. That's a punishment we can make you do when you do your donut or whatever thing, when you get that point. We'll make you drink pilk. You know, everyone wants that in their life.
Pilk? Why is pilk such a prevalent, awful thing?
I don't know. I've never had it. Some people say it's good. Some people say it's bad. So I don't know.
Some people like cement mixers.
That's true.
I like banana milk. I like milk with bananas.
What is
Pilk?
Pepsi
milk.
Yeah. You take Pepsi, you take milk, you mix it together. Call it a day.
All right, have a good one, Snow. Have a come out. And yeah, so what happens though is because Pepsi is very acidic, the milk instantly curdles, and you just have a bunch of chunky fat particles floating around in the Pepsi. Yeah. Yep. Oh my God, Carmia, you and I are on the same frequency.
What's crazy to me is some people actually like it.
You see, the worst thing is they're like, okay, so chat. There's Germans like tea with lemon and sugar. The Brits and a lot of Europeans do tea with milk and sugar, right? I like both. And so when I was younger, I thought, you know what? Let's do both of them together. No. That was awful. That was an awful idea. Immediately curdled. And it's just like, it's not bad tasting until you notice it. It doesn't taste like gone off milk. It's just more of a texture thing. Because gone off milk has like other bacteria, and the bacteria is what gives it the flavor. You can actually make a mild cheese at home using lemon and milk.
Gene.
Yes.
Two things. First off, what the fuck is supply candy? That is a new redeem I don't recognize.
There's a supply candy redeem?
Yeah, look, what new actions available? But the bad thing is, they now can summon vultures.
No.
Hope Keeper's not here and sees.
Keeper left, right, chat? Keeper's gone?
Yeah, what the fuck is supply candy? Everyone in chat is just trying to...
It's not ready
Supply
yet, chat.
candy
You're gonna have to wait.
spit? Oh no, it calls spits. That's why they can't.
Oh, got it.
What the fuck is it though?
Oh. Now where's Keeper? Keeper, I need your money.
Keeper, we need your money.
Mom, can I use your credit card? God. I'm glad I'm an 18+ streamer, because I can just imagine that happening. Somebody, me getting like a DM being like, hi, my kids spent all their money trying to redeem candy in your stream. Being like, I'm sorry? Because I don't even get the full money from the bits, so, you know, like, it would not be equivalent. It's like, I can give you back the bits, but, like, you are out 50% of the money.
Why do the fucking quests have to be bad now? Ooh.
Just getting too good, man.
Say that. Yo, the game bugged out.
What happened?
It gave me 3 boxes of book supplies instead of the normal 1 for my quest reward. All right, sure. I'm not gonna complain. I got 2 more forged books. I'll be back soon. We said we need 3, right?
We need 3, yes.
Perfect. I'm heading to a book barn. I have a quest there.
Okay. Oh, thank God. Who saved me? Who saved me? Also, Anya, thank you for getting first. Oh, whoever saved me, I appreciate that so much.
Oh, that was Ocean.
Thank
Classic
you.
Ocean.
Thank you, Ocean. Oh, gun. I see you keep Dar around with me, so I can just have him open boxes. I was talking to... God, there's somebody in one of my comments on my TikToks who was talking about, like, their campaign. And...
I mean...
Go ahead.
If you want to come over to me, I'm about to do a building right next to you, and it's a quest, so I think you get the rewards for doing this with me.
Oh, hell yeah. Let me dump some junk.
Oh, wait, actually, we should be big brain. Because quests reset the building, right?
Yep, so loot the building first.
Yeah, loot the building first. It's a book barn, so we should get...
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, forever video. I don't remember what I'm doing. Chat, my brain just shut off. Hi, chat. Mwah. I have no words.
Pile of books.
Pile of
Give me
books.
all the books.
The voices that come out of me. I mean, you should hear what goes. Nope. No. No. Gene. What the fuck? Wait. Volva, have you heard my demo reel? Volva, have you heard my demo reel? Have you heard my voice acting demo reel, Volva? Ah, demo reel time. I don't think I'm gonna make it. My legs hurt. Even my brain brain hurts.
Reversing the polarity will cause a cataclysmic reaction of... turn the dials right, make device go boom!
I thought I'd left you dead in the desert.
I mean, haunted by ghosts, ain't I? I guess I deserve it.
Good evening, fellow Mad Cats. DJ Fang is ready to spin more records. Coming up next, 12 commercials back to back. My favorite.
You made it! I didn't think you'd come. No one else has. Still, you seriously made my day. We are not taking any more party members. Wait, are you wearing a dead possum as a scarf?
Nah, she ain't dead. She's just scared. The poor sweetie pie.
Please, take a seat. Right here, by my side.
Where you can't get away so easily. I am Nerd. Hear me roar. I can't really roar that well, but I'm trying, okay? Well, that's what the last guy thought. And you don't want to know what happened to him.
Do not be blinded by fear, my child. Embrace it. Welcome it. Let it pass. Remember, only you shall remain in the end.
Run around if you can. I can start taking them out. Just try to stay safe. I'm running to you.
Help me, Chad, help me.
I got all the ones on you.
Oh, thank God.
I didn't even realize we were having a fucking horde. Wait, it says there's one alive. Where? All right, we did it. Oh.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
That was a fucking perfect time to come back. Anyways, you ready to do this quest?
Okay, so there is the candy redeem that I don't know what it does, but apparently it can only be done through bits. Also,
Yeah,
we did
redeem
unlock. We unlocked Vultures Keeper.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
All right.
I'll let you just loot all the books since you have the boost.
Okay.
Only thing I need is, I guess, a knife? Maybe a machine gun if you want to give me.
I've been keeping eyes for the forge guns and candy. Well, I can't supply candy right now. I just want to know what candy does.
Yeah.
It's grayed out?
Yeah, probably because we're in the,
Oh, can they not do... When we're doing quests, can they not redeem stuff?
I might need to turn that on. We'll see. Oh, snakes on the ground, watch out.
Alright, quest should be done.
And we need the supplies. Tree Creek.
Alright, let's see what books we get.
Book is over here by me. Ooh, Courier Satchel.
Alright, that was the fetch thing. It was a fetch quest.
Bet.
Alright, let's see what books we get. We need one more forge book for you, and we got all your forge books.
And if you find any knife books, or if you find any machine gun books, I would appreciate it.
I guess I can give you the machine gun books. I think I might have learned a couple of those on accident.
That's fine. And I'll make sure to keep any shotguns for you. And spears.
Man, this book room ain't really that many books. It's kind of unfortunate.
Let me see if there's any more. How's it feel to drive? Driving is an experience. Did you check all the shelves already?
I've been looking around them, seeing if there's any with loot. So normally the books disappear once they're looted.
Yeah.
So I think I got everything. Well, that's unfortunate. I was hoping for a Forge book.
Yeah, oh well.
But
we could probably
that did count as
buy
you
one,
completing
honestly.
the quest. Yeah, actually, yeah, wait. And yeah, that counted as you completing the quest, right?
Yeah, I think
So you
so.
get the
It
reward for
still
this
shows me the quest, so we just need to go. Oh, wait a second. No, do not leave
Wait.
yet. Apparently, I still need to get my courier. My White River supplies.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you just gotta grab it too.
I'll be honest, driving you do get used to after a while. Like, I know not everybody drives, and a lot of people in the cities, you know.
One day.
So mine is. If you ever want to learn to drive, hit me up, bud. We'll go. Come to my
problem is-
state.
I got a fear of driving, you know.
Oh, I used to. Like, it's a thing of, like, you get used to it, and, like, it slowly, like, calms down over time. But it definitely... Oh, books! 5 books!
I blame it on a crash I got into in high school, you know.
Fair enough.
Kind of fucked me up on wanting to be a driving.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go turn this quest in. See if we get...
Driving's alright. Driving in my car right after a beer. Hey, that bumper's shaped like a deer. DUI, how about you die? Drive 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, did I ever tell you I got in a bad crash in high school?
Nah, what
I don't
happened?
remember. You know, so listen, one of my friends, you know,
yep,
they
yep.
love driving. And let me tell you, we drove very safe.
Okay.
As in, like, you know, there's these train tracks that are on like a small hill that we would make sure we got full air on anytime we crossed.
Right, super safe.
Yes, super, super safe. And like he drifted around like a lot of corners.
Very safe.
Honestly, a lot of fun.
God, I love it. Also, it gave me permanent trauma.
Well, no, it's funny. I don't have a problem if I'm riding in a car. I just don't like
Driving.
drive. I don't like the idea of driving. But there was a day that you know,
Drink all the coffee.
with the road being wet, we did go off the road and run straight into a tree. And the only reason that it wasn't as bad as it could have been is there was a stump. Wait, did you get candy? What'd it do?
Okay, do you want some candy? We have. Okay, so I'm gonna give you the melee damage. I think will help you out a bit, and here's a max health bonus, and I'll take Atomic Junkie.
Oh, wait, it is just actual candy.
Either candy that gives stat boosts,
Well, you proved me
temporary
right.
Yeah,
stat
for a
boosts.
minute-
Now
Oh,
take
that's
your
cool.
reward And get the hell out of here.
But yeah, no, you know, we hit a
Smart.
stump.
And you'll get
The stump is the only reason we didn't wrap around a tree and that stump like lodged itself into the engine.
Ooh. Well, Dar, I'm glad you're alive.
It was really bad. It was not a good crash.
Chat, I've only been in one accident, and it was me
Oh, it's
rear-ending
here.
somebody. Thank you.
Yeah, sir, I don't like the jobs you have for me right now. I guess I'm gonna go for the buried supplies. There's a helmet if you don't have a helmet.
my shop, my rules.
And chat, I will tell you about the one time I was ever in an accident. What happened was,
Goods and that's all you buy.
I was working a job that would like allow me to drive remote, and so I had to drive to a bunch of different sites to do work.
Any of my shit.
Well, I was driving to one site, and my boss decided to non-stop text me for an hour, very like frantic and panicked and stuff. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? Like, they know what my job does. He's never at any of the sites. What the fuck is he doing? And so for the second I look down to see what is texting, the car in front of me slams on his brakes, and I run into the back of him. Which
No, that's the worker's fault.
I should not have looked at the phone. I admit it. I should have put that thing away.
Get your ass to crack a book, 'cause you're
But
done.
like, it also made it like very clear that like from that point on, I was like, I reach out to people like, hey, I am never going to like answer my phone while I'm driving. If you text me while I'm driving, expect wherever I'm going to be the only time I'm going to answer your text. So, you know, call me. I was first driving, I was reckless and spacer. Now that I'm older, I drive pretty carefully. Exactly. I mean, like, I care more about driving now. Also, Val, put it away. Put it away, Val. I need you around, Val. So take care of yourself, because if you vanish all of a sudden, that would not be good for me. Let me be selfish here. Did I drop my shovel that I now need? That I can't remake?
Oh, wait, are you joining me on this fetch quest?
Why? Why?
Can I? Oh, you're so far from me. I don't know if I can get there to help you. I think I got one.
Damn it! I got every single one of them, but I could not get to the health kit in time.
No.
All right, I need to get some water. Man, I fucked up my throat at singing lessons. That's not good. Right back, chat. Score for keeper. Dar, keep people entertained. I believe in you.
Keep you entertained. Got it.
Car.
I was told to keep people entertained. What do you mean? Are you not entertained? We are, see? It's working! I'm doing my job! I have to impress people. Things, I'm sure. Listen, it's my only skill, you know? Oh shit, he's coming back.
Tell me, Maria, why I see her standing there. What's going on?
Nothing.
Why are you shirtless?
I am not. What? Oh, someone took it off.
Why am
By the way, the second you left, you said keep chat entertained. I just instantly took the shirt off there. I'm like, there you go, chat.
I come back and I see, now do your best Magic Mike impression. I'm like, okay. Wait, okay, I need to get this box first. What? Where's? Okay, there it is. Where? I heard a box. Where is it?
Bro, I'm gonna be real. The one thing I love about this model is the fucking gills actually on my chest. Well,
Oh,
I guess
sick.
more stomach. But yeah, like I really like the way those turned out.
Thank you for the fur. Vanya Spy, Vanya. Enjoy your lurkies. Oh, I see
I don't
them.
do
Okay,
impressions. My bad.
I never got the impression. Oh, the Magic Mike impression. I think you're just supposed to dance. You're supposed to.
Oh, I'm supposed to dance. Alright, this is the best you guys are getting.
slight shift.
I think the VTube studio's lacking a little bit.
She just going.
Oh my god.
You know I am much purer than all the other niceties crowd. Oh. So tell me, Maria, why I see her standing there. Oh, I'm trying. Me. Oh, well, it only hurts when I go up high. Because I was trying to do the full Phantom of the Opera thing, and, like, it was slightly out of my range, but, yeah.
Alright, good news. I'm maxed out on lockpick picking.
Really?
Yep. close to maxing out on looting too.
Nice.
All right, you ready?
The intro to Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah, we dig.
I only pushed that hard because I kind of panicked because I couldn't hit the note properly. Ow! Don't dig on me. And so I was doing it improperly. Am I drinking tea for my throat? I mean, I don't really have any tea right now, chat, but I don't know, it's just fine, it's fine. I'll just do honey and water or something.
Not gonna lie, that was hilarious from my point of view. I just watched you drip a little bit lower, and I just smacked you in the fucking head with my shovel.
Well, the thing is, I could hit the note, but then I was drying out too quickly, and we were we were going non-stop for an hour session, and it did get to a point where I started losing the note, but I panicked because I was losing the note. Yeah.
So just because I see Aura saying it about gamer subs, did you see that G Fuel? I'm curious if they're actually going to be good here in soon.
I heard that they're changing their formula. Yeah, I don't know, but
their new formula, they're legit. What they said is they want to remove the chalkiness. It doesn't have the chalkiness, which is the problem I've always had with them.
Yeah, it tastes awful. I have a massive fucking container here. It's because, do you know what the chalkiness is? The chalk.
So yeah, they're the new formula gets rid of that chalkiness. I'm like,
we just quit putting chalk in it. You know why they couldn't?
The fuck is this treasure?
The reason why they couldn't change the formula originally is because all of their containers are that size. So if they remove the chalk from it, it would shrink in size and wouldn't fill the container properly. Then nobody would buy it. Okay, I'm gonna handle the zombies.
All right. If the new formula is actually better, I do think they will get back to being a big competitor with G-subs. For the simple fact is the reason I do a lot of times get G Fuel more than gamer subs is they do BOGO deals so fucking often.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just easier, you get more
Thank you,
items. By the way, I got it. I just dig myself out of here and then you can come loot it.
Alright. Where do these zombies keep sneaking up on me from? Thank you for the supplying ammo. I'll grab it. Ah! Frick!
You're fine up there, right?
Yep. I went to go reload right when a zombie appeared behind me. Okay, I'll grab them.
Got out of the hole. You can find it in there.
Thank you. Alright.
Alright, loot your crates and then we can get out of here.
If you want to take Dar's shirt off, you can go to Daroad's stream, and he has a redeem on his stream that will take the shirt off.
Actually, Chad, I'll do you better. If someone gives 5 subs, I'll keep it off for the rest of the stream.
No! Don't just stop.
Yeah, I'm a man of my word is all I'm saying.
I know you are. Let me get Ocean's box. I love this box. How do you spell that? It's in the stream title. At Daroard. Did I hear the word? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You did not. He's not streaming live right now, chat.
Yeah, I'm not live at the moment.
There's no stream title? What do you mean there's no stream title?
There should be. Does stream title bug out?
7 days with Daroard.
Yeah. New vote has started.
Is this not the stream title?
It shows it for me.
Wait, did it not say that we were playing 7 days?
I appreciate anyone that follows.
Please tell me that it was saying we were playing 7 days, chat.
I think it was just bugged for them because it showed it for me. Might just be your normal, you know, classic Twitch bug.
I hope so. Okay, thank God. Because if not, it was set to ASMR.
That would have been a funny time. Yo,
Okay.
guys, ASMR stream was on. Go in there, not just yelling because of fucking zombies.
Especially since I have such a heavy ASMR audience to begin with. I don't want to be like.
That's actually true.
Like that would. I would feel guilty for that. It's like getting raided when I'm doing like ASMR or when I'm not doing ASMR and they're doing ASMR. I'm just like, come on, really? Though I've had somebody do it because they're petty. They're upset about their viewers for some reason. Bucks. I'm like a fucking dog. You keep tossing a treat.
Forge books.
No way. You know what that means. I'm staying at home and making all of the tables.
Does that mean I'm back to questing alone?
Yeah.
You want some
Alright, give me 1 second. I'm
fancy,
gonna
good
give myself another job.
afternoon
Well, actually, wait. Go ahead and put your job in so I don't take a chance of bugging that out, actually. I don't know how that would work.
A bundle of 3 random crafting school magazines. I'll take it.
That's usually my go-to, just because it gives a lot of just fucking crafting books.
This is the ASMR videos you watch where they're like this. They're this chaotic. That's insane.
Hey da, hello. How you doing?
Hey da, hey da. This is what dreams are made of. Oh my God, knife.
Check your. Wait, I did not say gift me subs. I was saying gift subs to Steed.
Get fucked, Dar. Take it off.
There's an offline hype train. Goddamn. I forgot the offline hype train. I'll keep my word. I will keep my word and keep the shirt off for the rest of the stream.
That's valid. That's valid.
But I was saying gift it to Gene, not me.
Oh, by the way, if you ever start a brand, like you're trying to do a rebrand or anything, chat, do not let people gift you subs because they can see it as a scam and Twitch will ban and shut down your account. It has happened before. Anything can be ASMR if it's quiet enough, you're right. So today we're going to be going through our taxes. Oh yeah, no, you can, if you have an offline hype train and you haven't streamed before, it will potentially cause your stream to shut down. But if you are a person who has streamed before, then it's not a problem.
But that's also fucking hilarious. I forgot about offline hype trains. That's how we made Che. That was like the best fucking time ever.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, and we love Gym Master. For some reason, me and you're like, hey, we're gonna just make sure she's.
Hey Dar, I came with you.
Hype train. Oh, hello.
I got distracted.
Please tell me I actually redeemed the quest where you have it too, and I didn't cook it too fast.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Okay, good. Because it did give me the warning that you weren't nearby. I was like, oh no.
So that's the thing. You can actually hit affiliate status before you ever stream, or if you can do just like a single stream. But potentially you can get it like in other ways than having to do like the whole process if you have people there and stuff. There's a lot of weird things that you can make happen with enough like people, follows, and all that kind of thing.
Twitch is a bit weird, chat.
But they're also adding like the ability for people to do subs and stuff before they do the affiliate paperwork. I know one VTuber that I know was getting gifted subs and stuff, but they couldn't redeem any of it because they hadn't even done any of the affiliate paperwork yet. Bird that I hate.
How the fuck did you get upstairs?
Through the hatch.
Oh.
Oh, god damn it, Dar, you have all the looting shit. Come on. Get your stuff. Give me if you see something good.
Alright, there's a level 1 bow.
Fuck you. Here are 6 lockpicks, by the way. Take 6 lockpicks.
Oh, fuck yeah, more lockpick.
That's Dar's secret to getting them more loot was just, yeah, I'm gonna build up myself so me looting is better than you looting, so yeah, just let me do it, okay?
I share.
Yeah, the scraps.
Oh,
yeah, so we're going to do taxes here.
Just fetch one. Make sure you grab your fetch item.
I did. First what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to go and take your tax form and plug it into turbotax.com. Remember, when you are doing the taxes as a streamer, you'll have an additional individual contractor tax form that you need to fill out. You can use this form to get more money back on your taxes by submitting expenses. These expenses can be anything that you use exclusively for streaming, whether it is a desk, a computer, computer chairs, and guess what? Even video games, because if you're reviewing them for content by playing them, that's taxable.
I'm not gonna lie, when I did my taxes, I wrote off so much stream shit.
Oh, yeah. Streaming, even when it was like it cost me more money to stream than I made through streaming, gave me more money because it saved me money on my taxes for work.
Yeah, like the fact like doing work like cover the way I have it on there, and then I fucking do shit via streaming like write off shit. So nice. Ooh, new
That's
vote.
how
What's
stupid the American tax system is, by the way, chat. That my failing small business can give me more money for my normal business. Oh, we're gonna get. Okay, let me reload. I'm gonna put this down.
Do I need it close to you? Is what I'm hearing.
I'm putting spikes around me. So yeah, if you're all ever interested in like setting up your finances for streaming and stuff, and if tax season comes around, let me know. Maybe I'll do a little fucking, hey, here's how to do this.
You know, if
I'm
I
ready.
shot you in the head, we don't have to deal with it.
Please don't. I want to live, please. If they are fucking vultures, I'm gonna be so mad.
I'm gonna lose it if it gets party girl attack. Oh, it's just these guys.
That's easy enough.
Man, you're not even worth my main gun. I'm pulling out my pistol.
But yes, Chet, I'm willing to give advice on anything as long as you understand that I am not a tax professional. And so anything that I say cannot be used in defense of court. Anya. Go to bed. Go to bed. Turn off the stream.
Afternoon.
It's 1 a.m. for you.
Bring me a cold one.
Go to sleep.
Request and take those board games.
Congratulations. Here's your reward. Sucker. Oh, look, another dumbass stumbling into my shop. Just get the fuck out of here.
Yes. More lockpicks.
Oh, well, yay! Thank you. Sawed-off shotgun. Can you use the sawed-off shotgun mod?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, also, I think it's funny how shotgun mods work, where it's just like they're either it's like make the spread more or make the spread less. It's not really like good one way or the other.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna put on.
Make sure you take these 2 books here, by the way.
Right. Oh my God, more forge ahead. Okay. I am heading.
You gonna head home, work on the workbench now?
Yes. Wolfa, go study. Go get ready for your test. Do the best you can for it. The better you do on the test, the more money you can spend on me later. So go. Study.
Yo, alright. Being shirtless is worth it now.
Is it?
I'm gonna share it in your chat. This is what I got from my hype train.
So there are.
I got a frog.
I think there's 3 parts.
I got a frog. I got a little froggy.
Was that Keeper?
Oh, hey, it's the vultures you love.
Hi, Keeper.
Of course it was Keeper. Listen, that's Keeper's go-to. Got some of the birds.
Love you, Keeps. Gosh, this is aim practice is what it is. It's vicious, vicious aim practice. Huh? Oh, I failed because I'm not there. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay. What am I doing? All right. It's time. First, we're gonna make the forge. Forge. I need cobblestone rocks, wood log, leather, and duct tape and short pipe. Okay. What are you erming about? Actually, and I will need. I think I might have the bicycle parts. Actually, I just need. I need to make the thing. Okay, so we're gonna use this, and we're gonna use this. I'll pull this out. I think I'm actually gonna start working on getting loot pieces. So that means I'm gonna do this and this. What's this? I don't need that. I do need that. Do need that. Just push that away. All right. Drink water. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Echo Rose, how you doing? All right, we're gonna make cobblestone rocks. Mix it. We need leather. Actually, shoot. Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, more forge books.
Amazing. Leather. I don't think I'm gonna have to go hunting.
That's an ugly ass zombie.
No. I think I have enough for one bike. I don't know if I have enough for two bikes, but always more bikes is not a bad thing. I do appreciate it either way. Ooh, actually, it's pretty solid for me. I like polymer string mod. And we will need the iron. That works perfect. Okay. Anya, I will time you out. I have people who can time me out.
I can do it technically right now.
Okay, we have one wheel. Do I have another wheel? Two wheels. So I have enough for one bike, but there is two of us.
No, okay.
There you go. From the gremlin's desk. The gremlin.
That's probably not a good joke to make.
That's fair. If that's what you're thinking immediately, Dar, you're probably right.
Oh, you know.
Lotion man.
Oh, look at you.
Oh, come on, give me leather, 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 leather.
I'm tired.
I want string cheese.
Bro, honestly, same.
She bring us string cheese? Time yourself out for not giving me string cheese. Kidding, kidding. Don't do that. We're in DuckTales. No. Valid. Because then who's going to protect me? My cheese. Oh.
My cheese.
It's not the timing out that you're saying no to. You're saying time out. You're like, ain't no cheese for you in these places. Oh, is that wood? That's wood. Okay. Well, give me the wood. I need one more wood. Echo, go get sleep. This is a high energy stream, chat. It's not going to help you sleep today.
Ooh, meds.
Oh, you're kidding. I need one leather. La da 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 da. Love you, Keeps.
I'm killing you next time I see you.
Me?
Yes.
Why?
Because I forgot you put fucking spike traps by the fucking trader. I was just running back to the trader to finish my quest and walk right into your fucking traps.
Well, maybe look at the screen. Can't blame that one on me. That one is not a me.
I am blaming you 100% for that.
It's a me, Mario.
Man, there ain't no more quests for me to do. This is bullshit.
Well, then we'll have to go to the next one soon.
I just gotta wait till next day and he'll get refreshed too.
Yeah. I think this should be a good place for the forge room. I don't want to put everything over there. I don't know.
Go ahead and do this.
I don't know. I'm proud of you for trying to sleep. That's the best. If that's best you can do, that's the best you can do. Why not?
Alright, well, I guess I'm returning home. I got nothing else to do.
We're gonna throw in.
Actually, where are my skills, though?
Okay, what do we got? Workbench needs forged iron, mechanical parts, duct tape, nails, and wood. Alright. We have the forged iron, so let's throw in some cobblestone for now.
Honestly, who needs sleep? I agree. Sleep's overrated.
You need sleep.
Trust me, Chad, I'm a good influence.
You're an awful influence. How dare you? Alright, we'll get the metal. Metal. Lead. And what else do we need? I think that's good. Sleep is the best, chat. Sleep is the best, sleep is the best, sleep is the best, sleep is the best. Get more sleep.
Oh, wait, here you go, Gene. I got you a weapon so you can experience stuff.
The fuck is that? Why are you giving me a pipe baton? What am I experiencing with a pipe baton?
Nothing.
Calypsy, go get some sleep. Do the thing.
Wait, why is my shirt back on? Did someone put my shirt on?
No more nipples.
Listen, I made a deal. I said I'd leave it off on the gifted shit.
That's fair. You up for 19? Why do y'all stay up so long? Do y'all enjoy staying up that long? Is that what it is? I can't imagine it's enjoyable.
I need to go to buildings with locked shit. 3-star buildings can have locked shit usually in them, right?
Probably. Exactly. Hi, Beaming on Bonnie. You cooked? What'd you make? Well, maybe you quit drinking caffeine so much. They're only shirtless. They were also paid, so I can't stop them.
I was paid to take my shirt off. I'm sorry. I'm a man of my word.
Robin, that's very fair. That I understand. Oh, would you edit? Wait, I want to see. Just tag me when you post it. I guess tagging me is actually probably bad. Just let me know when you post it. I do follow you, so I'll see it probably. It's a secret. How dare you? So rude, so mean to me.
I look over and just see good stay naked. God damn it.
Good, stay naked. What am I looking for? Guess I'll burn oil. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? Oh, new world, don't you dare. Oh, butter veggies, yum. I gotta stop singing.
Dar, yes, hi. That's me. What's up?
No, it's not, chat. Don't believe Dar. No, Dar. Do you have pants? Hey, I found the boxes, Ocean! No one to tell us nowhere to go. I totally has pants, chat.
I cannot deny nor confirm if I have pants.
I'm singing softly, it's fine.
The fuck was this random cabinet I looted? Had a wrench in it, cookie grill, 5 pipe, bullets. All right.
It's the ultimate.
So I brought the fucking frog one. It's true. Pants.
Schrodinger's pants. I love that. I love that. Okay, let's see what I can do here. We're gonna do modify, equip this, and then I'll be done.
Bro, you just took a bullet to the head. How you still standing, brother?
You're funny enough to get pinned. I think it's funny that's become a goal for people.
I mean, it's fun. That's a good thing to do. You got people that are doing it. It gives a fun thing for chat, because who doesn't want to be pinned, you know?
Ooh, woo. Remember, final redeem on the fundraiser.
Took me a second to realize what you were saying.
Do you think Twitch would allow that?
Huh?
Do you think Twitch would allow that?
I mean, I had spicy art as mine.
Yeah, I suppose if I phrase it properly enough. Oh my god.
Thing you love. Had it.
One last shot. There it is. By the way, chat, we are going to be opening up a Safe for Work Patreon, not an SFW Patreon, that will have things like you can request personalized praise, as well as having, general praise audios and those sort of things. More BFE instead of, horny. Hi, Ducky King. How you doing?
God damn, that's a lot of zombies.
Well, you are out at night, man. No, I will be making a Patreon. I'm going to be working on a Patreon. It does not exist yet. It'll probably be near the end of November.
Ooh, armor.
I'm
just gonna take some steroids.
You would. Hey, more bike parts! Yay! We almost have enough for another bike. That way Dar won't just take my bike immediately.
I would never take your bike. I've never done something like that.
Yo, no, you've never.
No, I would never do something like that.
Why would you ever do that?
That is uncalled for, and just like, that is not something I would do. You know, I'm actually a little hurt that you think I would even do something like that, if I'm being honest.
As I hear the cling, 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 you riding away on my bike. This bike? I don't know. Fuck it. I just kind of found it, man.
Yeah. Ooh.
Aiko, sweetie, you're doing an amazing job. I appreciate you doing that work, and it's going to help you get a lot more comms. And the art that you've made me is so incredible that other VTubers are jealous. So you should be proud of every little thing you do, okay? You do incredible work with art and with everything. So keep going. You got this.
I don't know if I like that.
What?
I pressed a button to unlock a door and an alarm just started going off.
Good luck, man. You got this. That's totally fine. What?
Whoa, what the fuck?
fucking
not
fucking
from
comedy
behind.
movie shit. Aiko, I hope you never think too heavily on what you always do when you come in here. Hi, Gene. I'm really into your voice and like it when you praise me. Also, hello, grandfather. Does that not ever feel odd to you?
Aww. Alright, so just for your amusement, the alarm spawned like 30 zombies.
Oh, I'm so proud of you. You got this, Dar. I believe in you.
They're all dead. I killed them.
God, well, I'm glad you can enjoy my rage. Despite all my rage, you know, I'm still just a rat in a cage.
Oh, hey, I have a level 2 hunting rifle.
I guess we're doing this now. Okay, fine. I have, wait, a hunting rifle or a pipe rifle?
Pipe rifle, sorry, I wish it was
I have a level 2. I'm okay. Thank you, though.
Oh, fuck you.
Wow, Jesus. Okay, I mean, I was gonna. Well,
Do you want a level 4 bow?
yeah, I'd love a level 4 bow. I think that'd be very nice, and I have a little tool for it. That'd be very cool. Fuck you. You know, actually, Da is an unk. Da. La da 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 da.
There's I can do my old man voice. It's not good. I'm the old man.
Blue moon. No, I'm not an unk. I don't even know what.
Why does my shirt keep coming back on? I just noticed it's back on. Huh.
Do be old.
Oh, I think
Probably
I know what's
because
going
you
on.
probably have it set in VTube Studio to be for 5 minutes.
I do because of the redeem.
Yeah, it makes it easier. Yeah. Be old, be an old shark, do the old man.
But I promise stuff, so like I'm a man of my word. I don't.
Your nipples are getting cold.
I don't know why that got me.
This is funny.
Just in that voice too with this.
Oh,
like,
your nipples are getting cold.
Alright, I turned that toggle off. There we go. Right,
What am I doing? I've completely forgotten. Workbench! Oh my goodness. Hello, Workbench. You know what I can do? I can even track you. Ta-da! Look how amazing that is. Okay, now we need wood, nails. How do I make nails? You like this accent? I don't know why people like this accent. This is like one of the most stereotypical accents I probably do, and people are still like, oh, that's one sexy. I'm like, how? Why? Wrong.
What?
Have you considered you're wrong for that?
Do you know what armor set you want by any chance?
The one that makes me the best at this game. No, I do not know.
I can do that.
It makes my voice deeper. I mean, if I can go even deeper. I can go very deep. And then we can go. No, we're not going to do that, though. He has no nipples. He has no nipples, chat. They're not cold. He's fine. He has no nipples. He's fine. He has no nipples. He's fine.
Listen, when the body got made, we forgot the nips.
That makes it more acceptable in more communities. You're fine. What is that? Oh yeah, he's not a mammal. He lays eggs, so he has no nipples. That makes sense.
That's actually true.
Yeah, you're not. That was intentional, chat. Ooh, can you believe it?
The way you say nipples in that voice is fucking
Nipples.
hilarious.
Thank you for the bits. Get Dar some nipples and maybe some nuggies. Okay, I have to go find you some nipples. Give me a little bit of time. I'll see if I can find you a good pair of nipples.
We'll just stitch some nipples on, you know?
We have our German science here to take care of your nipple issue. Hello, Millie. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy your time here. Stop. I cannot stop with the nipples. It has become my vocal stim now. You want nuggies? I would also like some nuggies. I have beans. There are so many beans. Stim. And I have some tofu. I could actually make myself a lovely little tofu. What is that? What fardel? Maybe I'll make myself a little tofu dish. It'd be nice.
Whole bunch of junk's been
Give me a
thrown in these,
gur.
if you want any of it.
Oh no. Do you see everything that they can now do?
Oh! Hey, they can give us more armor now. Wait,
They
we
can-
probably have boost melee, though.
Arr. Wait a second. Did I lose any parts here or do I have everything? Good, we're good, chat. We're good. Workbench needs a little bit of the mechanical tools. Do sharks lay eggs? No, only the female shark lay eggs. And then the male sharks, they fertilize the eggs. They do this by swimming over and making a cloud. Dar, go lay your eggs. No, Dar has no eggs. Dar. They have the other part of it.
I have the other part.
Yes.
I don't know why that got me too.
The other part. As you know what the other part is.
I mean, technically, it's the other two parts.
Das Schwenes. Die Schwanz ist wie man sagt das auf Deutsch.
Yeah, that's right. Break that car down.
Are you watching me? Why are you here?
Oh, look up.
I don't like this. This feels like a sex thing. No, they don't have a cloaca. Why would they have a No. They put the eggs on the ground, right? And then the shark goes over and just goes into the water. And it fills it out. Have you done your hear me out? I have not done my hear me out. There was a lot of stuff going on yesterday. I might need to postpone it until next Saturday.
No, I do actually agree with that. Shark eggs are so fucking cool.
Shark eggs are so cool.
Like the way they look and shit. I love them.
That is the sound of a shark doing his little thing. You know, he all over the eggs. Yes. Don't.
Bullshit.
Hear me out. Yeah, we have to hear me. Why, Gene? Why? What do you mean, why? Would you rather I make a moaning sound? Would you want me to go like, is that what you want to hear instead? No, I did not think so. There are noises needed. I need to animate it. I am a voice actor. Huh? Yes, I got a good knife. Finally. Don't look at me like that. Hey, you don't use knives.
That is true. I can't open that one either. Man, I changed my mind. I don't like these chosen crates. This bull. Ooh, ammo. That's fucking ammo I can't use. Man, I fucking hate these crates.
In the ocean, nobody can hear you. I mean, okay, fine. Nobody can hear the sharks go in the ocean. You're right.
Oh my god.
Blue moon, da 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 da. Where did the German go? One moment. Says Southern.
Work.
Oh, I'm done. Okay, sweet.
Huh?
Na 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 na. Oh, god damn it, chat. Why on earth are you so obsessed with me doing all of these goddamn voices? I mean, like, it must bring some enjoyment out of it, right? So I guess you're getting something out of it. Man, you know what the problem is going to be, chat? I'm going to put on so many voices. I mean, I'll do the orc voice, and I'll do my little demon voice, and I'll put all them in there. And then chat's going to be like, oh yeah, Gene doesn't exist anymore. It's only all of these characters. By the way, I need a name for the Southern. If y'all would have named the Southern man, what would you name him?
Gene.
No, I'm already Gene. You can't name him.
You're being replaced by the Southern.
Oh. Rhett? Oh, I like Rhett. Rhett's kind of nice. Rhett or Randy? Marshall? Marshall's good too. Ooh, Cowboy Randy. Marshall. I like them all. Man, y'all got some good names there. I have to think about it. I have to think about it. Fucking. Here we go. You know what? I can tell Keeper waits for me. Oh, god damn it.
Oh, group of coyotes and the wolf. Hey, just be happy they're not doing like horde of chickens on you. How you doing?
I ain't calling him Applejack because people are gonna be like, "Why don't you sound like Applejack?" No, it ain't happening. Where the hell my shit? There it is. I know you do. I know you do. Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum. I mean, Aura, stop being so I'm not finishing that one.
God damn it.
Bye, Keeper. You be good.
I love that Keeper came in, killed you. It's like, I gotta go now.
Keeper came in, dropped money, killed me, and left. You love my ears? I love my ears too. They go up when I get excited. I mean, what ears? I ain't got no ears. No, there ain't no dog ears. What are you talking about? Nope, not true, chat. Not true. No dog. Don't you not come at me.
Are you denying something that's true?
You ain't seen my tongue before. That tracks my actual tongue. See? Oh. Bah.
It's all 2 stars. I want 3 stars.
Blah. Nah. Sorry. I don't have enough wood, chat. Oh, goddamn. What am I doing? Why am I back here? La da 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 do 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 do. Wait a second. What am I missing?
Wait a minute.
Hold up, wait a minute, put a little love in it. Ba 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 da. Nothing but a love addict, love addict. Thank you. I do attempt to be a good voice actor, and I'm glad people appreciate it. Can I know this isn't gonna work. I hate that it's not gonna work. But I'm gonna see if it's gonna work. Oh, why won't it work? Damn. Dog. Who was what? Who was what? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to be out of the voice yet. So, hi, chat. I'm back here. Uh-huh. Blue moon, you What voice? What voice was new? I weren't paying attention. I might have zoned out for a little bit. And I don't remember what I was doing. God damn it! Where's the thing I'm looking for? Oh, hey, Forge Book. Thank you. Oh, you gave me level 4 bow. Thank you. And then I need... round pots. Take that. That's nice. Oh, we'll definitely take that. Holy shit, that's gonna be nice.
I swear, if there's another fucking dog in this goddamn building,
Ruff, ruff. Wow.
I'm shooting the next dog I see.
Good thing I'm not a dog, right?
Alright, anyways, I gotta go home for a second.
Does Dar have a fin? Dar, do you have a fin?
Technically, no.
What do you mean technically?
I guess not even technically, just no. Although I said technically because I mean I've never actually did my back design, so.
You want to see his fin? Ooh.
I mean, technically I could. We just never actually made a reference for my back.
I can finally make a workbench.
I mean, once I get a chat with my artist making a certain reference sheet, maybe I'll get that figured out. Cause that is going to be in the works.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Blue, see me standing alone without a girl.
Oh,
The game's going great.
no.
How you doing, Elrica? Oh, that's what I'm looking for. God, I can't believe I couldn't find it. Thank you for the stretch. Give me a... Oh, good stretch. There's my knife. I see you played Knifey Spoony before. And that's not a knife.
Big fucking dog.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You might want to avoid that place. I mean, I just...
Oh,
personally, I think that... Oh, well, good on you, I guess.
You sound so disappointed.
It's fucking living and shit. I mean, like, where's my rope? Where's the rope to hang myself? No, Gene.
I don't know if that's a good joke.
Hey, you know what I'm gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
Thank you for coming by. I really, really appreciate it.
Have a good one, buddy.
No, Aiko!
No.
Hopefully you still have your brushes somewhere saved.
Bro, you don't understand how much amusement I just got killing this chicken.
All right. Fuck.
I hate the chickens in this fucking game.
He ain't crazy, chat. He's just a little. He's a little silly. He's just a little guy, man. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy on his birthday.
I'm almost out of my machine gun ammo. I'm gonna be sad.
I will give you a stack of 150 if you get back here. I'll put it in the front crate. Yeah, I'll put a stack of 150 in the front box for you.
Oh, I'm gonna come back here in a moment. I fucking need ammo.
There you go.
You're just like, I got plenty.
Ugh, you know what I need to do? I need to go. I need to actually make these boxes useful for specific things.
Oh, look at you.
Is the workbench being made? No, 2 minutes. Damn it.
quests.
That's fair. Who was that? Ooh, box. Oh my god. Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Shoot. Okay. There's the rope.
I probably going to do something bad, but it will be funny.
That's fair. All right. Yay. That's actually really useful. Thank you. Wait, how many of y'all do art? Ooh, thank you. Ooh. Raider boots. I'll take that. I think it's really cool having a very artistic community. Art on occasion, as you should. I mean, everybody should do a little art. I don't really draw, but I should. You draw stick figures? Top tier, honestly. Thank you for the hydrate, Tater the Dictator. Thank you for the reminder. Is it? How are we doing on the store? That has done nothing. Okay, we're not going to waste that anymore.
What have you been up to?
I'm trying to blow up this door. But I made it through. You do art a lot. Good, as you should. Oh, bike parts! Thank you! Thank you, Moonflower. Is Keeper back? Who did it? Yep, it's Keeper. Hi, Keeper. Stop messing up my ceiling. Bro, what are they doing? Are you trying to kill them with dynamite?
Yeah. I'm just having fun throwing dynamite.
Okay, where is this one? There it is. What? Oh, okay, this. Okay, I got the workbench. God, I'm so overweight right now. Okay,
I
where
dropped
is
some more
this?
forge books and shit for you. What the fuck's this bird doing?
Have you found it?
It's dead.
Thank you. Oh my god, I couldn't find it.
Anyways, there's forge books in for the big chest for you.
There we go. Okay, thank you. I'll grab them. All right. Why am I doing this? Oh. Bicycle, 1, 1, 2. Okay, I need mechanical parts. I'm glad y'all enjoy hanging out with even with this silly stuff, because I enjoy doing silly stuff. Any chance you have mechanical parts in that box up there?
I don't know. I might have put one in there.
Alright, I'll just go find some more mechanical parts. I have the wrench. It's fine. Oh, I need that. Ooh, I think, did I use this?
Because
Kinda like...
if I do this, I can go over here, right?
If silly stuff's your favorite to watch, well, good. Oh, you did. You literally put one in there. I'm surprised you remembered exactly how many you put in there.
That's why I was like, I think I did.
All right, I think we need one more tire. What are the chances we can find one more tire? Grift.
Or silly stuff is the best stuff to watch.
Goofy. Did I modify this enough? Yes, I did. Okay.
Speaking of silly stuff, I'm waiting for more optimization to come out. But God, I want to play the new Borderlands.
Oh yeah.
Fucking bad. I heard that it's more similar than it's so. I don't know if you keep up with Borderlands, but 3 was horrible. Right?
I mean, I enjoyed playing it.
I mean, yeah, it was fun, but it wasn't Borderlands. Like, they took a lot of the fun feels of Borderlands out, which made me not like it. They brought those stuff back and forth. Like, you get the weird, stupid-ass guns in 4.
Oh,
that's what I love
okay,
about
yeah.
Borderlands.
Vibes, I get that.
I mean, there's a screenshot of one that I saved. I sent a friend. You want to hear one of the guns?
Of course.
It's Borderlands, so you know. So it's called Bricked Up Kitty.
Okay.
Its secondary fire shoots a sticky bullet that explodes.
It does. Wait. Oh Jesus.
It's this stupid Borderlands shit again. I love that shit, man. Sorry, I just turned back and what? You know, people not paying attention to the conversation, just hear that out of nowhere. It's the best out of context thing ever.
Yeah. I need one more tire. Chat.
We're talking about guns, Chat.
Can you magically make me a tire, chat?
I mean, if they spawn bicycle parts, they could.
Can you spawn me more by Bricked Up Kitty? You know, a normal thing to say.
Yeah. It's just a gun, chat. I don't see what the problem is.
There's no supply tire. I wish you could just supply a tire.
Just be like, alright, here's a tire.
One tire. You need it too? Sorry. Too bad. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? We're doing this. I'm gonna make a... It's a box? What are the crate? Are the crates? Oh. No way.
What happened?
I found out that we can expand our chest's storage capacity.
Wait, what?
Yeah, if you can upgrade the chests, the crates, with different stuff to make them just be able to have more space.
Wait, you can upgrade the chest? How long have we played this and not done this?
I don't know. I've never looked at the description of the chest.
Huh.
Wait, generally the word kitty meaning, that makes no sense to me. I mean, the other term for that part is...
Sorry.
But it's also, you know, men are dogs, women are cats. And so, what is the thing that they say makes them a woman, blah, 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 etc., etc.
Oh, just the fucking... I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I don't know why the O comments out. There it is.
Etymology. Wait, is etymology bugs or entomology? Entomology is bugs. Carmia? Etymology or entomology? Ento? Ento is words or bugs? Ento is birds. Etymology. Thank you. You're the best.
Why did a whole bunch of zombies just spawn near me? That's rude.
Aura, why are you calling yourself dumb, Aura? I like etymology. That's fair.
Can't believe Aura just called every mod of yours dumb.
Yeah, every mod except Carmia. I guess the 2 other mods.
Called every single mod dumb. That's fucked up.
Oh, let's do repair.
That's not what that's what you said though.
I hate how you can break down so many cars and not get a single tire off of them. Like, there's 4 of them. I can see them. Please.
Just let me get them.
Let me grab it. Oh, that one
Oh,
exploded.
hey, you got boosted melee.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, that was... Did I get any tires? I got a tire! Oh, I have 1 tire. I need 1 more. Unless maybe I already have it? I don't know. That was cool, though.
Okay.
Okay, 1 tire. 1 of these. I just was not expecting it to explode.
Na 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 na.
Elmo's World.
That was the most depressed Elmo's World ever.
Well, channeling the real Elmo here. All right, chat. I need 1 tire. I have so many engines. Na 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 Elmo's World.
You know what? Elmo loves his goldfish.
I believe it. You hate
I love
Elmo?
Elmo. I hate Elmo.
The duality of chat. I push my fingers into my eyes. It's the only thing that slowly stops the ache. But it's made of all the things I have to take. Jesus for now, bushes way inside, but the pack is on. I'm not gonna make it.
Or Elmo. Elmo.
It's Rocco. Wait, don't I? How do I not have more metal? What do I do with all my metal? You can't agree with yourself. You can't agree with yourself. You can. You can do whatever you want. Try to stop him.
I mean, yeah, they technically can. I mean,
They can do whatever they want. Rocco is a rock. I'm a rock. I'm a rock lobster. A walk lobster.
I love that a lot of times our 7 days to die streams just turn into fucking brain rot streams.
Yeah. I can't make a wheel, chat. I want to make a wheel. 1 quadrillion.
Wow, you failed a quest? That's fucked up, dude.
What if I take apart this? Okay, no. I tried to take apart a wheelchair. Surprise, surprise. What's up, people?
Why are you taking apart a wheelchair? What if someone needs that? That's kind of fucked, actually.
That's okay, Carmia. I totally understand. My brain is also melted. It is just on autopilot right now while I'm looking for a tire. That's all I want to do. I want to build 2 bicycles, and then I'll probably end stream.
You know, I'm just clearing out areas, looted.
You're back now. That's fine. I'm glad. This is my level. I also need to, like, make food and stuff.
Imagine eating.
Yeah, imagine eating, Dar. Have you thought about it? Have you thought about imagining eating? Maybe eat?
I have not, actually.
Well, do it.
Well, I have 5 forge books.
I will get food.
That's more important than eating.
No. Okay, there's a tire here.
Mm-hmm.
It became plastic.
Hmm.
Look at you.
Oh. Let's see if this freaking car will become a tire for me. My brain is like Pepe the Prawn. Who the hell is Pepe the Prawn? Pepe Lippy. Yeah, obviously. Ugh. Give me tire. Give me tire. I want tire. Give me tire. What is what the scallop? Where is this from? Where is what the scallop from? Somebody please explain this to me. Oh, all right, Vanya. Hi, Vanya. I'm not ending yet. We need to find a tire first. What is... My mouse died, chat. What do you mean I'm not ready to know? It's like so well known everywhere. I'm going into random streams and be like, what the scallop? I'm like, why do you know this?
I don't know if you don't need to know it. I don't think you're ready, Jude.
I think I'm ready.
I don't think he's ready, chat.
I think I've always been ready. Yeah, explain it for Volpa. Just don't tell me. I'll close my ears, chat. Closing my eyes. It's fine, chat. I didn't forget what the scallop. I've never known what the scallop is.
He is not a goofy goober.
Hi, Vanya. Nice. Is this a SpongeBob thing? Chat, my parents didn't let me watch SpongeBob.
That's fucked.
They didn't like me watching any shows where the main characters were stupid.
So like every show?
I couldn't watch Ed, Edd n Eddy. I mean... I do not hate Vanya. It is true, Jet. I will never hate Vanya. I just want a tire. You trying to call me stupid, Volpa? Volpa?
Wasn't there a reason we didn't break the police cars?
No,
No, we can try to unlock them though.
yeah.
See if we get anything good out of them.
Y'all so mean. Y'all so mean to me. Why do you hate me? MASH was great. I loved MASH.
Ooh, I
And the same
got
was also
something
really good.
for you.
Is it a tire?
No, it's a machine gun. Oh, sure, we have one. Oh, is that a plane? Is that the plane I love?
The plane that I love. Drop it like it's hot, baby.
Oh shit, that's a little 5-pop shotgun.
Oh, no, I didn't drop it.
Do you have a pipe machine gun yet?
No, but I am good.
Oh, fine.
Because I have an AK.
Oh, you have an A? Oh, fuck you, buddy.
Do you want to list? I mean, I don't think you know chronologically, so maybe alphabetically. Okay, this better give me the tire. Give me the tire. Give me the tire. I see the tire.
I hope it doesn't.
Give me the tire.
give you the tire.
Fuck you, Dar. It was gonna. Blah.
You know what, Jane? I'm gonna do it. I curse you with no tire.
I need tire. Someone spawn bike parts. Somebody spawn bike parts, please.
Oh, you got boosted melee. Go, 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 go.
Yeah, but I'm so far away from the next car. I can't reach the next car in time because my stamina is so low. No, I only got one car out of this. Ah, it's so lame.
Can't believe you'd waste Chad's boosted melee like that.
All right, back to looting cars.
Now I have a
Yes.
question for you.
Okay.
Have you checked the trader to see if he had a tire?
You know? No.
I'm almost at the trader. If he has a tire, I'm gonna fucking lose it.
Not if I.
Trader, I need to turn a quest.
God, I have so many like good car parts right now, and none of them are useful for me. I like the word loot too.
All right. Does he have a tire? Oh, I think it doesn't matter. I don't think he's got a tire for you anyways.
Oh, thank God. Okay, well. Oh, Pink, thank you for the stretch. I didn't notice. That's such a stupid thing.
Has anyone witnessed the 10k point redeem?
Oh, no. Arf, Arf, I'm such a cute little puppy. There you go. You happy?
No.
Nah, fucking miserable little...
I need you to take another look at your redeems.
Arf, Arf, I'm such a cute little puppy. There you go. Ocean man, take me by the hand, take me for the land that you understand.
Oh, wait,
Arf, Arf, I'm such a... No, no, I almost scrapped my fucking wrench. Arf,
you got
Arf,
a
I'm such a
fourth
cute little puppy.
You got another one.
Arf, Arf, I'm such a cute little puppy. I want to be a cute little puppy. That's why I made it expensive. Arf, Arf, I'm such a cute little puppy. Why would you inform them?
That's 5 actually.
I did it. We've done 5. Why is there no tires?
I fucking hate the distortion one.
Hope you all have enjoyed that one so very, very, very much. You're saving up now. God. Well, you know, that's what it is. Okay. That's fair. Okay, how much longer? It's almost time somebody can spawn me possibly a tire. Or coyotes.
Okay.
No. Why did I make that the stipulation?
Chad, would this be a bad time to say that I passed up a tire a while ago?
How dare you? I don't hate you, Vanya. What do you mean?
Nah, Lonnie, it needs to be 6 if we're being honest.
Hydrate, thank you. Okay. Harf, I'm such a cute little puppy. Kiliki. Hello, Kiliki. Enjoy your gift sub. Yeah, it's something to come in all right. Gee, we don't want you to strain your voice unless it's doing arf arf from such a cute little puppy.
Yo, Chad, we just got one for free.
That doesn't count.
And that does count, doesn't it, Chad? That counts.
I have denied hating you several times, Vanya. You refuse to hear the words coming out of my mouth. Why do I get gaslit so much?
How do I get in here? Aha.
Enjoy your sushi. I did deny the lying part. What you fucking... This is not... Oh my... What the I deny that I ever lied, and I deny... everything! Why are you... I'm coming for your balls now. Come for... I don't... Take auras! Hashtag no vehicles. There is no vehicles. You already have auras? That's fair. That's fair. Spade. Not allowed. Chat, you want my voice to stay deep. I can't be Spade.
Oh, why would you redeem slow?
Yeah. Fact and Dar too.
I'm in a 3-star area. That is so mean.
Meanwhile, I've pretty much already looted this area. How are there no tires? Does anybody want to spawn tire for me, please? Please.
I have a feeling Gene might want a tire.
Hey, you want to spawn bike parts? Spawn bike? Spawn bike?
I mean,
Not
you have to realize you told them that you were gonna end once you found the tires, and I don't think they want you to end.
I'll do it myself. What is that? What was that? What was that? What was it? What was it? What was it? What was it? Stop calling. Why are you calling me a clown? Bad Robin. Down. Good girl. No. Okay. Purple antibiotics. Keep this on there. I don't need 3-knife anymore. Perfect. All right. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh. Ammo. Oh.
So
I like
excited
ammo.
and instantly gone.
What is this box? Oh, dynamite.
Bro, you remember how last time we played we had so much trouble with fucking forge books?
Yeah. How many do you have?
I think there's about to be 7. There's 5 currently at the house, and I have 2 more on me already.
Jesus. All right. Well, you know, let me go back to the house. I'm gonna use up the forge books. Watch me open this, and you've put a tire in here like 3 days ago.
That would be funny.
Oh, you should take the. There's a learning elixir. Just use that to boost your experience gain.
I should, honestly. I just never think of taking them.
How are you on your medication for the zombie virus?
I'm good.
Okay, I'll keep that then.
Chat started spawning honey, and you know, that was enough for me.
That's fair. That's fair. Batteries, iron.
The fuck was that?
Nourishment buff.
Oh, okay. I just heard the noise. I'm like, oh.
Not bad, Vanya. Good, Vanya. Vanya's a good person. Vanya always good. I don't hate you, Vanya. Get your naps. What is it? What is it? Working stiff tools. Still good. I like that.
Oh, someone spawned bicycle on you.
Tire! Oh, you forgot to grab your bike, Dar.
I didn't know there was a bike there for me.
Tire, 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 tire. Gotta finish the bike. Woo! Yes. Mm-hmm. 5, 4, 3, 2. Where am I? What the? What just? What?
Oh shit! I love you right now.
What happened?
They just spawned me in an iron spear and an AK.
Oh, nice.
Like legit, just spawned me in my shit.
Dart, your bike is outside.
Yippee!
Bike. Woo!
Assassins, athletic stamp.
I'm sorry to hear that. Fun to what fuck ass server?
Got your bicycle, then there's no vehicle.
Ow! It hurts.
They turn on no vehicle, you can't ride it.
It hurts me. Why would you make my bike hurt me?
Spent so long making the bike, and they're like, no bike for you.
Oh, thank you. I actually really need that. Oh, what'd you make, dwarf? Dwarf.
Ooh, a gun safe I have to unlock. Also,
It's not easy being green. Oh, I heard there's so many songs about.
What's up? Darsha, let's Mention this for a while.
I want you to know, you had a mod for me that you didn't tell me about, so I'm gonna kill you.
What mod?
The XP helmet mod.
Oh.
It increases your loot level.
Oh, well, I didn't know I did that. I didn't put there.
Well,
Oh, I heard there's so many songs about rainbows and
Pastrami hash. Ooh, nice. I gotta make myself some food in a bit. I might make myself a tofu hash. With some beans. That's what I got right now. I gotta wait till next payday to get some good foods.
Lots of beans.
Lots of beans.
Yeah. Everyone loves my little Look at him now.
Hash is a style of making food. You hash is like you chop it up in a pan. We will sort all this stuff later. What's my favorite kind of bean? I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent on my beans. I like them all. I think good kidney bean.
Back from his magical journey.
Even what are you singing?
What did he see in the parallel dimension? It's all beans, lots of beans, lots of beans, lots of beans. He's all beans, lots of beans, lots of beans, lots of beans. Yeah. Sorry. That's a bit of an old meme. I wonder how many people in chat actually know that one.
I'm not vegetarian.
That's like old ass YouTube days. Back in my day.
Goofy, motherfucker. I need sand. What am I doing, chat? The bike is done. Everything is done. Dar, what are you in the middle of doing?
Magic. I just finished clearing a 3-star building.
Perfect. Then we can call it here. Are you still needing to loot?
Oh no, I'm almost back home to drop off shit.
All right, we'll let you come back home, and then that's where we're gonna stop it today.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh. Yeah. Carmia is awesome. I love Carmia. They know exactly what I was singing. I actually didn't know if anyone in chat would recognize. There's also 4 more Forge books for you.
Yeah.
I had no clue if anyone had actually recognized that. I'm so happy someone does.
All right, we're gonna use all of these Warforged books. How many am I at now?
By the way, here I'm gonna send it to you what I was singing. I want to see how fucking old this video is.
What was that?
What are you looking for?
Something that I just heard caw.
It was a scare.
Oh, motherfuckers. I'm in your wall eating your candies.
Oh my fucking god.
I replaced you with nap time. I didn't replace you. I thought you were saying nap time earlier, Vanya. Not that you were talking about the person named nap time. Wow.
You wanna know how old the video is that I was singing?
How long?
About 18 years.
How old it is or how long it is?
How long ago it was. That was 18 years ago.
That's insane.
Holy shit. I didn't realize it was that fucking long.
Oh no. Oh, have you been using vehicle books?
Yes.
How many vehicle books have you used?
A lot.
Do you have up to 20 possibly?
Not quite yet, but I think I'm close. Let me check.
Okay, then you will make the mini bike.
I'm at 13. I think I can already make the mini bike. Oh wait, no, I need 20.
You need 20.
Alright.
Vanya, I played Persona for you. Don't you dare start that. I played Persona for you. I would never play an RPG normally, and I played Persona for you. So you are a favorite. Don't you dare say you're not.
Yeah, I'm old thick. Sorry, Carpia. I was finding the video. I sent it to you. So now you can know what I was singing.
I played it on Friday. It's only been a few days. Yeah, it makes sense. It's probably because of just everything that's going on. Anyways, this is where we're gonna call it, chat. I'm ending it.
Yeah, the cow is back from his magical journey.
All right, chat. Well, let's see if we can find somebody to raid into. There's Dar standing back there behind me, ominously.
What did he? Wait, ominous? Wait.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Shrimps is live. Shrimps is always live, chat. They're supposed to. You okay back there, Dar?
What? I'm fine.
What are you doing back there?
I'm fine.
I don't hate anybody, chat. But I have done a long stream today, so let's see if... Oh my god, we can finally read back into Kuro! Yay! Chat, we're gonna raid Nakura. Raiding into Nakura. Okay. Boom. All right, chat, we're gonna go raid into the sheep. Tell the sheep we're not paying our taxes. Remember, it's very important. The sheep needs to know that we're not paying our taxes. Okay. Let's go.
Buy a chub. I like that I gotta buy from Chub, you didn't.
There we go, chat. There's a raid message. And I am gonna head off. Dar, thank you for hanging out. It was a lot of fun. Do you want to do this again sometime?
Yeah, boys.
Bet.
Dar and G2, I guess.
Wow, y'all are so mean to me.
Bye, chat.
And I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.